Chapter 1186. Published at 19th of September 2023 11:40 and 51 seconds AM. Chapter 1186. Chapter 1186 Sparring with the Dragon Empress. 3. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1186 Sparring with the Dragon Empress. 3. 1186 Sparring with the Dragon Empress. 3. Since I don't want to end this too quickly, let's start out with something small. Yuan thought to himself as his sword aura grew exponentially before disappearing suddenly, which puzzled Xianxia, who thought he had withdrawn his sword aura for some reason. Vanishing Ghost's soundless blade. Xianxia's instincts tingled, and she instinctively raised her spear in front of her. Clang! Before she could even see the attack, Xianxia was pushed back by a tremendous yet invisible force that struck her spear. What was that just now? Xianxia looked down at her hands that were still trembling. It was clearly a sword technique, but she couldn't sense any sword aura from it, and an ordinary sword technique couldn't have possibly pushed her back. There was only one possibility that she could think of, which baffled her when she came to realization. Enhanced sword aura. She muttered in disbelief. You have reached the level of enhanced sword aura? She had to confirm it. Yuan responded with a smile. I learned it recently. Xianxia hovered in the air with a dazed look on her face. How old is he again? I am almost 300,000 years old, yet I am barely scratching the surface of enhanced spear aura. In the entire ancient dragon city, there was not a single individual who could use enhanced weapon aura despite their long lives, hence why Xianxia did not immediately notice it. He knows enhanced sword aura. Xingma and the others were just as shocked. Just how much more power is he hiding in that young body? Meili swallowed nervously. Here I come, madam. Yuan warned her before flying towards her with his sword imbued with enhanced sword aura. Since Xianxia did not know enhanced spear aura, she had no way to really defend against Yuan's attacks, so she could only resort to avoiding them entirely. She wanted to complain that it wasn't fair, but she was fighting someone 2 realms below her in cultivation, so she felt that she had no right to complain. Fleeting clouds. Xianxia utilized her movement technique, moving so quickly that she would leave behind afterimages that would turn into clouds when Yuan struck them. This isn't good. I cannot let him chase me around any longer, or I will really lose. Let's get serious now. Xianxia's eyes suddenly glowed bright gold, and Yuan could feel an immense pressure appear around him. Dragon's gaze. Yuan wanted to compare her dragon's gaze with Meili, so he purposefully stared into her eyes. In Yuan's eyes, the world suddenly turned dark, and he could see a massive dragon's eyes that covered the entire sky staring down at him. Even with his tremendous soul strength, he could feel an indescribable sense of fear deep in his heart. Compared to Meili, Xianxia's dragon's gaze was countless times stronger. If it weren't for Heaven's indomitable soul, he would have fallen to her dragon's gaze at this moment. He's actually resisting my dragon's gaze? Just how much soul strength does he have? Xianxia was truly shocked to the core this time, even though she was only using about a quarter of her soul strength. While highly unlikely, it wasn't impossible for a young person to learn enhanced weapon aura if they have tremendous talent, but soul strength wasn't something that could be gained through pure talent. Even geniuses must slowly train their soul strength, some faster than others because of a superior soul cultivation technique, but the chances of someone having more soul strength than an expert from thousands of years ago was 0. And while there are treasures that increase one's soul strength out there, they are exceedingly rare and not enough to fill such a big gap. This time, Xianxia did not believe that Yuan had enough soul strength to rival her, so she believed there to be another reason why he could resist her dragon's gaze. He must be resisting it with the help of a powerful spiritual treasure. She thought to herself. Even if Yuan defeated Meili in soul strength, they only had a difference of about 10,000 years. Meanwhile, Xianxia had over 300,000 years to train her soul strength. This is also why Xianxia did not use all of her soul strength with her dragon's gaze, as it was no different than cheating for an easy victory. Madam, is this the best you've got? Yuan suddenly said to her with a provocative smile on his face. An annoyed smile appeared on Xianxia's face, and she mumbled, You asked for it. Don't regret it later. Xianxia increased the output of her dragon's gaze to half of her soul strength. The pressure around Yuan increased tremendously, but it was still endurable. There's no way he's less than 100 years old. Xianxia muttered with a dazed expression on his face. He's resisting Mother's dragon's gaze. Although Meili didn't know how much strength Xianxia was putting into her dragon's gaze, she personally wouldn't be able to resist even 10% of her mother's power. Xianxia, on the other hand, could tell, hence his shock. Half of my soul strength isn't enough to subdue a human that's not even 100 years old. Xianxia could feel her pride shattering into countless pieces. Xianxia gritted her teeth in frustration, and the purpose of their spar suddenly changed for her. It was no longer about testing Yuan's prowess. She wanted to fight him for real. She wanted to defeat the anomaly before her. The atmosphere around Xianxia suddenly began to change, and the sky in 100-mile radius turned gray, almost as though a storm was coming. Don't tell me she's going to transform? Xianxia couldn't believe his eyes. As Xianxia increased the intensity of her dragon's gaze, golden scales began appearing on her body, as well as horns and a tail. Her heart throbbed with excitement, and she felt like she had gone back to the time when she was still challenging every warrior she encountered. Ha ha ha. This is fun. I haven't felt this alive in a long, long time. Xianxia laughed out loud, her demeanor as the Dragon Empress nowhere to be seen. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1187. Published at 19th of September 2023 11:40 and 49 seconds AM. Chapter 1187. Chapter 1187 Sparring with the Dragon Empress. 4. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1187 Sparring with the Dragon Empress. 4. 1187 Sparring with the Dragon Empress. 4. Seeing the scene unfold before him, Xianxia began sweating. This is bad. We might need to stop the fight. Huh? Why? It's just getting good. Meili looked at him with raised eyebrows. The formation isn't invincible. If under enough stress, it could break, something your mother can do if transformed. If the formation breaks, Yuan's life will truly be at risk. What? Then we need to stop them now. Meili exclaimed. Xianxia nodded, but as he prepared to intervene, another voice resounded, don't stop the fight. Huh? Xianxia turned to look at Xiaohua, who just spoke, with wide eyes. Look at Brother Yuan smile. He's enjoying himself. If you stop the fight now, he won't be happy, she said in a calm voice. Are you serious? So what if we hurt his feelings? At least he'll still be alive. Xianxia said. Xiaohua shook her head and said, Brother Yuan won't die. Xianxia sighed, fine, I won't intervene for now, but if the formation breaks, I am stopping the fight, not for Yuan, but for my wife. She would be devastated if she killed him by accident. Xiaohua nodded. You are unbelievable. Feng Yuxiang sighed, and she continued, but I also have a strong feeling that the young master won't lose to her. Meanwhile, by the time she finished her transformation, Xianxia's dragon's gaze was running at full power. The pressure Yuan was feeling was indescribable, and he could feel this invisible force threatening to pop his body like a balloon, as well as his consciousness slowly fading. Looks like I have to be serious now as well. Yuan activated not only his dragon's gaze to counter Xianxia's gaze, he also increased the strength of Heaven's indomitable soul to the maximum, so his soul strength was increasingly getting stronger by the second. He was absorbing so much spiritual essence that one could physically see something that resembled a whirlpool around Yuan's body. However, since only immortals could sense spiritual essence, nobody there knew what Yuan was actually absorbing into his body, so they assumed it was just ordinary spiritual energy. The clash between Yuan's dragon's gaze and Xianxia's dragon's gaze was so intense that it affected those hundreds of miles away, meaning even those within the ancient dragon city were feeling pressured. Fortunately for them, it wasn't to the point where it was unbearable. However, The same thing could not be said for Meili and the others. Since they were right outside the formation, the pressure was intense for them, so Xianxia had to step in to shield them from it. This is no longer a spar. They're going at each other as though they are really trying to kill. Murong swallowed nervously. Not only were they battling each other with soul strength, but the two of them were actively exchanging techniques with their weapons. Like a beast, Xianxia only grew more excited as they fought. The number of scales on her body increased, and her hair even grew longer. Eventually, her entire body was covered in scales, looking as though she was wearing an armor made of scales. When a dragon transforms, there are certain stages, which can be determined by how much scales cover their body. The more scales on their body means the closer they are to their actual beast form, hence greater strength. When Xianxia was about 75% covered in scales, Yuan could no longer keep up with her in raw strength, so he activated God of War's astral arts to assist him. However, since both Dragon's Gaze and God of War's astral arts consumed his soul strength, he couldn't use the latter at full strength. Though, it was more than enough to help him keep up with Xianxia. How many more tricks do you still have up your sleeve? Don't hold back. I want to experience them all, Yuan. Xianxia exclaimed with a wide grin on her face after seeing his God of War's astral arts, her body shivering from excitement. The two of them would continue fighting in this manner for several hours. He's not human. There's no fucking way he's human. Murong mumbled in a dumbfounded voice. Does he have an unlimited supply of energy or something? How can he keep fighting with that much strength for hours? While many people can display immense power that surpasses their level if desperate enough, most if not all of them won't be able to remain in that state for long, but Yuan's existence defied such logic. The formation won't last for much longer. Xianxia gritted his teeth, his heart filled with anxiety. But as much as he wanted to stop their fight, he couldn't move his body for some reason. Perhaps in his heart, he knew that his wife would kill him if he stopped their fight at such an intense moment. Is this all you've got, Yuan? If you are still hiding something, it's about time you show me. Xianxia said to him. Her breathing was noticeably getting heavy. Even someone at her level couldn't continue fighting at such an intense pace for much longer. If she was an ordinary spirit sovereign cultivator, she would have collapsed long ago from qi exhaustion. I can say the same to you, madam. Are you still holding back on me? I can't even if I want to. After a few hundred more exchanges, Xianxia said, if we continue fighting like this, I will run out of spiritual energy soon. I know you can keep on fighting for longer, so you will eventually exhaust me, but do you really want to end our fight in such a manner? I don't mind losing to you, but I don't want to lose like this. Yuan nodded, agreeing with her. Then how about we finish things up with our strongest attack? Deal. After their next exchange, Yuan and Xianxia distanced themselves from each other, stopping their movement for the first time in hours. They also stopped using all of their techniques. Is it finally over? Xianxia sighed in relief after seeing this. However, once they caught their breath, they started gathering their spiritual energy again. Don't tell me they are going to. Xianxia had a very bad feeling about what was about to happen, yet he also wanted to see this through. Mother. Yuan. Meili stared at their figures with her eyes wide open, not daring to miss it even if it was the last thing she did. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1188 The Final Exchange. Chapter 1188 The Final Exchange. 1188 The Final Exchange. While Xianxia gathered all of her spiritual energy into her dragon soul, Yuan gathered his spiritual energy in his Empyrean Overlord. Whenever you are ready. Xianxia said to him a few moments later. I am ready. Yuan stood there with a menacing aura around him. Then here I come. Xianxia stepped forward with her right foot as she propelled her spear in a thrusting motion. Supreme Dragon Lance. The dragon's soul released a massive golden beam of light the following second, which resembled the heaven-splitting sword strike that Yuan released at the same time. When the two massive beams of light collided with each other, the energy scattered by the impact was so powerful that it shook not just the ancient dragon city but the entire world, so the other cities also felt it. As for the formation that protected Yuan and Ximingzi, it collapsed almost instantly. Xingma, who had prepared himself to intervene if the formation shattered, couldn't even approach them. Even if he could, he wouldn't dare to intervene, as it could make either of them lose control of their attack, which would be disastrous. Mother's losing. Meili subconsciously muttered when Yuan's heaven-splitting sword strike was slowly but clearly pushing back Ximingzi's supreme dragon lance. Everyone held their breath as Yuan eventually overpowered Ximingzi. Ah! To think I'd actually lose. Ximingzi released a satisfied sigh as she came to her senses right before the heaven-splitting sword strike consumed her body. Dear! Xingma snapped out of his daze and rushed over after seeing this. Once the heaven-splitting sword strike disappeared, Ximingzi could be seen lying on the ground with most of her clothes reduced to ashes. Xingma quickly checked her breath, and he sighed in relief when he could still hear her heart beating. He then quickly fed her some medicine. Don't worry, I made sure to hold back at the end. Yuan walked over and said. After a moment of silence, Xingma looked at him and asked, Who? No. What are you, really? Don't tell me you are human, because you can't be. Yuan could only shrug with a smile. I don't know what to tell you then. Xingma returned his focus to Ximingzi, covering her naked body with some clothes. You did not just defeat a peak spirit sovereign today. Not only is she a divine beast that is naturally superior to humans in almost every manner, but if she fought an ordinary human cultivator, she wouldn't lose to even a divine ancestor. In other words, despite being only a spirit king, you can rival those who are 3 entire realms above you. I don't think even the dragon ancestor would be capable of such a thing if he was a human. You are giving me too much credit. Yuan smiled. No, I am not. There's no need to be humble. I finally understand why my daughter likes you so much. As dragons, we are naturally attracted to the strong, so it would only make sense for her to be attracted to you. I would be too if I was in her shoes. Yuan didn't know how to respond after hearing those last few words. Father. Is mother okay? Meili and the others arrived shortly after. She's fine. She's just exhausted. That's a relief. Meili turned to look at Yuan with deep admiration that she didn't know was possible. But before she could say anything to him, Ximingzi woke up and stole her words. Congratulations, Yuan. You won. How are you feeling, madam? Ximingzi stood up and smiled. I've never felt better. That's good to hear. Yuan smiled back. You know, you are the first person who I can admit losing to. Huh. But I've defeated you plenty of times. Xingma pointed at himself with a dumbfounded look on his face. Sure, after I married you and stopped training as intensively. You never defeated me before then, so I don't count them. Then why did you marry father? I thought you were only willing to marry the person who could defeat you in a battle, at least that's what I was told. Meili said. Ximingzi chuckled. If I remained that stubborn, I would have remained single for the rest of my life, or until today. She turned to look at Yuan with a seductive smile and said, Hey, how about you forget about my daughter and marry me instead? Not only am I stronger, I am also much more experienced in several areas, unless you prefer younger ones. But if you consider my race, I am still considered to be in my prime. Hey. Did he beat you so badly that you forgot that you are already married? Xingma looked at her with a look of disbelief on his face. He didn't think she'd say such a thing right in front of him. Mother. What are you talking about? Yuan is mine. Meili became flustered even though she knew it was just a joke. Huh? When did the young master become yours? Feng Yuxiang rebuked seriously. Ximingzi laughed. Jokes aside, I am really glad we had that fight, Yuan. You've helped me recall the feeling of excitement. My blood is still boiling even now. Yuan nodded. I am glad as well. I learned a lot from our fight. Wanna do it again tomorrow? Xianxia suddenly asked in a half-joking and half-serious manner. Do you want to destroy this place? Xianxia sighed. Sometime later, they returned to the city. Let's talk more later tonight at dinner, Yuan. Get some rest for now. If you need anything, just let us know. Xianxia said to him. All right. Yuan went to clean his body when they returned to the palace. Afterward, he would cultivate inside his room until it was time for dinner. Meanwhile, Xianxia and Xianxia were having a serious conversation in their room to determine the future of their family, or more specifically, Meili's future. C1189 A Sign of Awakening. Chapter 1189 A Sign of Awakening 1189 A Sign of Awakening Inside their room, Xianxia said by his desk while Xianxia was resting on the bed. If you're going to convince me to let our daughter marry Yuan, you don't need to anymore. Xianxia said while looking at her. I am fully convinced that he's more than worthy to marry her. Xianxia smiled and said, that's not the only thing I want to talk to you about today. There is still so much that we don't understand about Yuan. What do you mean? Xianxia raised an eyebrow. Xianxia then said, for starters, the dragon ancestor knew that had arrived in the ancient dragon city. This means he has some kind of relationship with our ancestor. I thought he was only a very talented individual at that time and didn't think too much about it, but Yuan. He's an unfathomable existence. After pausing for a moment, she continued, as you witnessed today, during our fight, his soul strength was on par with mine, if not a little stronger. I believed that it was due to a powerful spiritual treasure at first, but when he revealed his soul strength, I knew that wasn't the case and that his soul strength is truly that strong. How can a human at his age have such powerful soul strength? Even if he could somehow increase his soul strength at a tremendous pace, his soul would still need to be able to withstand it. This applies to one's cultivation, too. It's just countless times harder since the soul is more complicated than the dantian. I have been thinking about this since then. This might sound crazy, but I think he's absorbed the soul of an expert, hence his unexplainable prowess. What? You think he consumed another's soul? But that's imp. Xianxia halted his mouth at that moment. If he thought about it, anything was possible with Yuan. After pondering some time, he spoke. If I recall correctly, there exists a technique that allows one to consume another's soul, but this technique has been lost since the Primordial era. It is also a demonic technique, so if Yuan learned this technique, we would have sensed his demonic aura. Demonic techniques are evil techniques that demand immoral practices for unimaginable strength and are highly frowned upon and forbidden everywhere in the 9 heavens. Those who ignore such rules and choose the demonic path are known as demonic cultivators. Due to the nature of demonic techniques, its users will always have demonic auras that cannot be hidden. Xianxia frowned and said, I'm not saying that he's a demonic cultivator. There are other ways to consume one's soul without using demonic techniques, but these methods are very niche and insanely rare, so it isn't known by the majority of the world. I'm just saying that he somehow managed to increase the strength of his soul by absorbing another soul. Of course, this is all just speculation. Now, let's talk about another topic. She continued, sometime after I transformed, the dragon's soul showed signs of awakening. What? Are you sure? Xianxia stood up with a shocked look on his face. Despite the dragon's soul being a family heirloom that has been passed down for many generations, it has never responded to anyone within the Shi family, meaning nobody has been able to wield it, which the family always found weird. She nodded, I'm sure, and the signs were the most obvious when it clashed with Yuan. Are you telling me that it's responding to Yuan? A soul weapon that is rumored to have the soul of an ancient dragon within is responding to a human instead of a dragon? Xianxia was utterly speechless. Xianxia then asked, I never really cared enough to ask, but where did the Shi family acquire the dragon's soul? What is its origin? Xianxia pondered for a moment before responding, I never questioned it either since it has always been with the family even before we isolated ourselves in this world, so I have no clue. Maybe one of our ancestors wrote it down. I will check the family library later to make sure. The real question is, what should we do with the dragon's soul? We can't just give our family's heirloom to a human that we barely know anything about. Xianxia smiled and said, why not? If he marries our daughter, he will be part of our family, anyway. That's assuming they will really get married. Xianxia sighed, and he continued, he already has a child with another divine beast, after all. Hearing this, Xianxia suddenly realized that she'd forgotten about this important fact. Xianxia suddenly retrieved a communication jade slip. What are you doing? Xianxia asked her. Calling our daughter here. Sometime later, Meili knocked on the door. Mother, I have arrived. Come in. Meili entered the room, and when she saw her mother sitting on the bed, she asked, are you okay? Xianxia nodded. I am just resting. Anyways, we called you here to talk about your future. And she continued, we are well aware of your desire to choose Yuan as your husband, but there is something that you should know about him. What is it? Meili raised an eyebrow. I don't know if you know this already or not, but Yuan. He's already had a child with another divine beast, and she's even that divine serpent who is currently by his side. Xianxia revealed this bombshell of a news to her. However, Meili did not react to it even in the slightest, which surprised both her parents, as they expected her to start crying or something along that line. Seeing how she's not reacting to it, I guess she already knew. Xianxia thought to herself. But when Meili did not show any reactions even a few moments later, they realized that something was wrong. Wait. Don't tell me, Meili. Are you okay? The parents eventually realized that the reason Meili didn't react was because she was so shocked by the news that she passed out on the spot while managing to remain standing with her eyes open. C1190 Meili's decision. Chapter 1190 Meili's decision. 1190 Meili's decision. After realizing that Meili had passed out while standing, Xianxia quickly carried her to the bed. To think she'd lose consciousness from this. Where did all that effort she put into mental training go? Xianxia was truly speechless. Xianxia merely shook his head in silence. While she was asleep for the next several minutes, Meili had a dream about the moment she asked Yuan if he was willing to marry her at the restaurant. Sorry, but I cannot be with you, since I already have a partner. Yuan said to her with a regretful look on his face. What? Who? She's a divine beast just like you. In fact, you've already met her, the divine serpent that came to this place with me. And no way. Meili mumbled as tears flowed from her eyes. It was at this moment Meili woke up from her dream to find herself sleeping on the bed beside her mother. Mother? What happened? Why am I sleeping next to you? Meili was still in a confused state. Eventually, Meili's head cleared up, and she recalled what happened right before she passed out. What you said. If you're messing with me, I will really get angry. Meili stared at Xianxia with a serious look on her face. Xianxia sighed and recalled her conversation with Lan Yingying and the others to Meili. No way. No wonder why he refused to marry me. Meili sighed out loud after hearing everything. What? He refused to marry you? Xianxia was surprised, as this was news to her. Well. Not exactly. It was Meili's turn to recall her conversation with Yuan to her parents. So now that you know he's already impregnated another woman, and the fact that he's refused to marry you, do you still want to chase after him? Xianxia asked her with a serious expression. Meili didn't immediately respond. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, her eyes were filled with resolve. Even after learning about his child with Lan Yingying, my feelings for him have not changed. At least now I know that he's willing to procreate with a divine beast, which was my biggest worry. I also realized that I was being too hasty with this marriage stuff. It's true that we haven't known each other for long, so I am planning on following him for the time being as a companion until he accepts me. Are you serious about this? What if he doesn't respond to your feelings? Xianxia then asked. Meili showed a bittersweet smile on her face before responding, as long as I can continue being by his side, I think I can live with that. If you're worried about our lineage, there's still Murong. I am not worried about that. I am worried about you. Xingmo raised his voice. I will be fine, father. The room became silent. Ha. Mingzi broke that silence a moment later with a deep sigh. If that is truly what you desire, I will not stop you. Just know this, with his talents and promising future, I expect there to be a lot of competition for his attention. Not only will you have to compete with his current admirers, they will only continue to grow in the future. I am well aware. And thank you, mother, for your support. Meili smiled. Xingmo rubbed his eyes and sighed, I doubt anything I say to you will change your mind, so I will concede. If you ever feel like returning home, just know that we will always be here for you. Due to his pride, he decided to act like he disapproved of her decision until the very end, even though he had already accepted her resolve in his heart. Thank you, father. Then regarding my matter with the Azure Dragon family, as I've already said multiple times by now, they are expecting a visit from you, so go there and politely refuse. I will deal with everything else afterward. Xingmo said. Then I will go meet them as soon as possible tomorrow. Also, I am going to bring you on with me since I promised to show him the other cities. Just don't cause any unnecessary trouble when you are there. Now that I have both your approval, there is no longer any need for me to cause trouble. She smiled. So you were planning on causing trouble if I didn't approve? Xingmo sighed. Meili chuckled. Is there anything else for me? She asked a moment later. No, you can go now. All right. After leaving their room, Meili stood outside with a pondering face for several moments before she made her way to Yuan's room. Yuan, it's me. Are you busy? She knocked on the door and asked. No, what's up? I have decided to go to Azure Dragon City tomorrow. You are coming with me, right? If that's what you want. That is what I want. Okay, then I will come with you. Then let's continue this talk during dinner. After speaking with Yuan, Meili did not leave immediately and went to knock on another room. Yes? Lan Yingying's voice resounded from inside. It's me, Meili. I'd like to speak with you if you're not busy. Lan Yingying opened the door a moment later and welcomed her inside. I can talk now. Thank you. Once inside, they sat before each other. What would you like to talk about? Lan Yingying asked. About Yuan. Yuan? Lan Yingying raised an eyebrow. Meili nodded and said, specifically about your child with him, if you don't mind. Oh. Well, what would you like to know? Lan Yingying didn't mind the subject. Mostly why you decided to have his child and what led to that point. I am asking because I have decided to follow Yuan with the intention of becoming his partner. I see. Well, it all started when I met him. Lan Yingying began telling Meili about her history with Yuan and everything that led up to her impregnation. C1191 Accepted as Family. Chapter 1191 Accepted as Family. 1191 Accepted as Family, I see. So that's why Yuan impregnated you. Now that Meili understood the full context to their situation, she heaved a sigh of relief, as it wasn't as bad as she thought. She looked at Lan Yingying and continued, but I must say. You're not even 100 years old, yet you're already carrying a child. That's quite impressive and shocking at the same time. We can't get pregnant before 1,000 years old even if we want to, since that feature in our body is not yet fully developed before then. I guess that's a special feature of divine serpents. Lan Yingying silently stared at Meili, seemingly pondering something. What is it? Meili asked. Do you also want to bear Yuan's child? Lan Yingying asked in a calm voice. Huh? Meili's face immediately flushed with redness. You don't? I thought that was the reason you asked me about it. Lan Yingying continued to remain calm. I mean. I never really thought that far. But I do want to marry him. Marriage. Lan Yingying mumbled, and she continued, I didn't know of this concept until very recently when I left the mystic realm, since we naturally follow our partners, and to be honest, I still don't fully understand the point of marriage. Just like a wild beast, the concept of marriage is almost unfathomable in Lan Yingying's mind, especially since she lived a secluded life in the mystic realm. In her eyes, it was only natural to create a family with their loved ones, so the act of marriage, to verbally devote one's life to another through a fancy ritual, was a pointless act. She merely chuckled, I get where you're coming from, especially since it's a human tradition. But I still like it, as it has a certain charm to it. After talking to Lan Yingying for a little longer, she merely left her room and returned to her own. Later that day at dinner, Xianxia said, Yuan, you will be going to Azure Dragon City with Meili tomorrow, correct? He nodded, that's correct. Then you should be aware that the dragons of that city aren't as forgiving as us. Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, what do you mean by that, madam? It means that they still haven't forgiven humans for their atrocities. Xianxia said with a serious face, and he continued, if you want to visit Azure Dragon City, you will need to go there as a dragon. Of course, you could still go there as a human, but you will be attracting unnecessary trouble. I see. But how will I do that? They'd immediately realize that I am a human through my smell. Don't worry, we have methods for that. Xianxia chuckled, causing Yuan to raise an eyebrow. What about us? Feng Yuxiang suddenly asked. Oh. About that. Sorry, but our methods will only work for humans, so you'll have to stay behind, unless you want to risk exposing Yuan's identity. Xianxia said. I am human. Xiaohua raised her hand. While that is true, your main issue is that ominous aura of an exile. Xianxia shook her head. That is something we cannot mask. We can just hide inside the young master's body. That should mask our smell. Feng Yuxiang said. Meili then asked, what are you guys worried about? His safety? I doubt anything can threaten his life there. Yuan smiled and said to them, there's nothing to worry about. It's been a while since I last went anywhere by myself, too. I'm sure you guys don't want to stick to me every second of the day, either. After hearing such words, Xiaohua and the others could only silently nod their heads. You're right, young master. You're no longer so inexperienced and weak that you need our presence every moment of the day. I guess we've been unnecessarily clingy a little recently. Lan Yingying mumbled. Xiaohua remained silent. And it's not like we're going to be gone for a long time. It'll only be a few days at most. Meili said. Sometime after dinner, Xianxia called Yuan to her room, where Xianxia was also waiting. Follow us. We'll bring you to somewhere special. Xianxia said with a mysterious smile on her face. While they walked, Xianxia spoke, I am going to say this in advance, but this isn't something we do for just anyone. The fact that we're doing this for you means we have decided to accept you as family, do you understand? Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, why does it seem like we're about to do something more than just disguising my human scent? Xianxia chuckled, because we are. Sometime later, they arrived before this room that was heavily reinforced with thick metal doors and even powerful defensive arrays. Is this the treasury room or something? Yuan couldn't help but ask. It's something even more valuable. Xianxia said, and then he began to remove the restrictions with the help of Xianxia. By the way, this is going to take a while. In the meantime, why don't you thoroughly clean yourself in the bathroom right behind us? Xianxia said to him as she pointed at the room on the other side of the hallway with her eyes. Yuan nodded and went into the bathroom. However, to his surprise, there were 2 female servants waiting for him inside. We will be taking care of you now, young master. They bowed to him. Huh? Yuan had a puzzled look on his face. When he snapped out of it, he said in an awkward voice, I can clean myself, we don't doubt that, but it is our job to make sure, so we must insist on cleaning your body. This made Yuan even more curious as to what was waiting for him behind the metal doors. Fine. He eventually gave up his resistance and allowed these two female servants to wash his body. The female servants watched him disrobe, and when they saw his refined physique, they couldn't help but swallow nervously and blush slightly. C1192 Untainted Body. Chapter 1192 Untainted Body. 1192 Untainted Body. Once Yuan was completely naked, the female servants gestured him to the bathing area. Please step on the footprints and stand there while we wash your body. They pointed at the red footprints that were engraved on the floor. Yuan stepped on the footprints, which required him to spread his legs a little apart. One of the servants then showed him a translucent bar of soap and said, "This bar of soap was made from a multitude of ingredients that are used for cleaning impurities, but its most important ingredient would be the translucent dew of purity, a very popular and potent medicine used to cleanse impurities." The other servant then said, "We will be scrubbing your body with this soap, which will not only cleanse the deepest parts of your pores, but also draw out any impurities that may be hidden within your body, so do not be alarmed if impurities start coming out." Translucent dew of purity? What's the difference between that and the translucent dew of flawlessness? Yuan asked, as they sounded awfully similar, which couldn't be a simple coincidence. The translucent dew of purity is second to the translucent dew of flawlessness, which is the best medicine when it comes to cleaning impurities. Although they both have the ability to cleanse one's impurities, the translucent dew of flawlessness will continue to purify one's body of impurities while the translucent dew of purity will only do it one time. Unfortunately, translucent dew of flawlessness are exceedingly rare. Even if the royal Shi family has some, they wouldn't be reckless enough to use it in such a wasteful manner. I see. The servants proceeded to dissolve the soap in some warm water before scrubbing Yuan's body with the bubbles using their bare hands. Yuan swallowed nervously as he could feel 20 slender fingers caressing and massaging all over his body. And due to his heightened senses from his cultivation, such sensation only became clearer to him, who could feel every individual finger independently. This reminded him of his time as a cripple, when he had to rely on someone else to clean his body for him. Of course, since they were required to clean every corner of his body, the servants also had to clean the dragon and its treasures between his legs, which made Yuan a little nervous. Not wanting his dragon to awaken in such a situation, Yuan began reciting the heaven-consuming technique inside his head, which worked wonders. He sighed in relief inwardly when they were finally finished with that area. As time passed, Yuan noticed that the servants were gradually increasing the pressure of their washing until it reached the point where they were essentially giving him a deep body massage. Yuan thought this was routine, but unbeknownst to him, that was not the case. Meanwhile, the servants washing his body were greatly perplexed and shocked when not even the slightest impurity came out of Yuan's body despite how much they washed his body. They thought they had used the wrong soap at first, but once they confirmed that they were indeed using the right soap, they wondered if they were not washing hard enough, and the thought of Yuan having an untainted body never even occurred to them. Furthermore, even if Yuan cleansed his body the day before, since all entities collect impurities every second, it was impossible for Yuan to have a body free of impurities. Eventually, the ladies came to the realization that Yuan might have an untainted body. One of the servants slowed down her movements as she asked, "Young master, do you happen to have an untainted body?" "Yes, I do," he answered without the slightest pause. Both ladies completely halted their movements after hearing such words, and they looked like they were on the verge of crying. They wanted to ask why he didn't tell them in advance, as they have been scrubbing his body for over half an hour while it could have been done in less than a few minutes, but they managed to keep their question inside their heart. "No, this was our fault. We should have realized it sooner, especially since he mentioned the translucent dew of flawlessness." They sighed inwardly. The ladies then washed away the soap on his body and gestured at the bathtub. "Please soak in that water for 5 minutes." "I understand." While Yuan soaked in the water, one of the servants left to notify the Shi family. "Your Majesties, the young master is currently soaking in the dragon's tears. He will be done in 5 minutes." The servant bowed to them. However, Xianxia had a frown on her face. "What is taking you two so long? You should have been done 20 minutes ago. I hope you didn't do anything indecent to our guest." The servant immediately paled and shook her head. We wouldn't dare. We took longer than expected because we didn't know the young master had an untainted body, so we just kept on cleaning his body, while they might have been distracted by Yuan's peerless body, which might have caused their thinking to slow down. The servant would not admit to it even if it was the last thing she did. An untainted body? That means head consumed the translucent dew of flawlessness. Xianxia was surprised to hear this. Didn't he say that he came from the lower heaven? Where did he acquire something as precious as that down there? If he managed to come to this place when he was in the lower heavens, I wouldn't be surprised if he somehow managed to acquire that kind of treasure down there. Xianxia smiled. 5 minutes later, Yuan emerged from the bathtub. The servants quickly dried his body with this silky smooth and pure white towel that felt and looked like it was made of clouds before dressing him in this pure white bathrobe. Feeling completely refreshed, Yuan returned to Xianxia and Xianxia, who had finished their preparations long ago. Are you ready? Xianxia asked him. He nodded. Follow us. They immediately opened the metal doors and entered the room with Yuan following right behind them. C1193 Blood Cleansing Ceremony. Chapter 1193 Blood Cleansing Ceremony. 1193 Blood Cleansing Ceremony. Upon entering the sealed room, Yuan found himself in another empty room, but there was an active portal right at the center of the room. Listen to me, Yuan. Xianxia looked at him and spoke with a serious expression. Once we enter the portal, we will arrive in the ancestral sanctuary, where you will be performing what we call a blood cleansing ceremony. Only those with royal bloodline within the dragon clan may undergo such a ceremony, so accepting this ceremony will mean you will be affiliated with our dragon clan. Are you willing? If not, we can stop right here. I don't mind. Yuan smiled. He was fond of the Shi family, so he didn't mind being affiliated with them. Very well. Follow me. Yuan entered the portal with them shortly after. After being teleported, Yuan found himself inside a sanctuary with drawings of dragons engraved in the walls and windows that surrounded them. And at the center of this sanctuary was a small-sized pool that was filled with what appeared to be blood at first glance. Welcome to the ancestral sanctuary, Yuan. You are probably the first human to step foot in this place since its creation. Xianxia said to him with a warm smile on her face. However, Yuan was too distracted by the red liquid in the pool. Seeing this, Xianxia said, yes, that is blood, dragon blood that belongs to our ancestor, to be precise. Upon answering Yuan's curiosity, Xianxia continued, this is where dragons that join the royal family go to cleanse their common bloodline, replacing it with royal blood. We, as the royal family, also bathe in this blood once every 1,000 years to strengthen our bloodline. I understand that, but how will this help mask my scent as a human? Yuan asked. Xianxia then spoke, if you soak in this blood, it will wash away your human scent for a period of time. Who knows, it might even make you stronger. Since you are the first human to ever soak in this blood, nobody can really say what will happen. Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, if I am the first, how do you know it works? Although you may be the first human to bathe in this blood, you're not the first human to bathe in dragon blood. Humans hunted us for a reason. Xianxia said in a low voice. I see. So this blood belongs to your ancestor, right? Actually, we don't really know. While this place belonged to the dragon ancestor, he never claimed it was his blood. However, for this blood to strengthen our royal bloodline, it must be of higher quality, so it would only make sense if it belongs to our ancestor. Xianxia shook his head. That does make sense. Yuan nodded. Do you have any more questions before we begin? I just need to soak my body in this blood, right? Do I need to do anything special? And how long do I need to soak my body? Once you soak your body in the blood, try absorbing it through your pores. Since you are a human, you will only be able to absorb a few drops of blood at most, but even that much will benefit you greatly. You should be done in a few minutes. I understand. Whenever you are ready, enter the blood, without your robe. Yuan nodded. After taking a deep breath, Yuan disrobed again, before taking a step into the pond of dragon blood. The moment his foot submerged in the blood, Yuan could feel an unfathomable energy entering through his pores, quickly spreading throughout the rest of his body. The sensation of unimaginable power overflowing his body only became clear as Yuan entered the pond with his other leg. What a refreshing feeling. Even though my body is overflowing with energy, it doesn't feel uncomfortable, almost as though my body is expanding with the energy. Yuan thought to himself as he sat down in the center of the pool. The pool was deeper than it appeared, and when fully seated, the blood reached his neck, completely hiding his body within the thick blood. Shortly after submerging his body in the blood, a notification appeared before Yuan, showing words that he hasn't seen in a long time. 9 dragon symbols. He recalled the last time it activated was when he was still in the lower heaven, when he absorbed the dragon essence within the dragon essence temple. While Yuan was lost in his thoughts, Xianxia and Mingzi watched as the blood in the pool decreased at a rapid rate, and before they could even react, the depth of the blood lowered by several inches. However, Yuan wasn't finished yet, and the blood in the pool continued to deplete at an alarming rate. This caught both Xianxia and Mingzi off guard. Wait. Stop. By the time Xianxia said anything, half of the blood in the pool was absorbed by Yuan. However, Yuan appeared to be in a trance and couldn't hear Xianxia's panicked voice. Seeing this, Xianxia was prepared to jump in the pool to drag Yuan out, but he was stopped by Mingzi. What are you doing? He will absorb all of the blood at this rate. Xianxia roared at her. But Mingzi could only point at Yuan in a trembling voice. Look at his body, what? Xianxia turned to look at Yuan, and his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets when he realized what he was seeing. Sitting in the pond, Yuan, who had jet black hair just moments ago, suddenly had a head full of golden hair like the Xi family. Soon, golden scales even began appearing on his chest. He's transforming? Even though he's human? That's impossible. Xianxia exclaimed in a shocked voice. He wanted to be mistaken, but there was no mistaking what was happening to Yuan's body at the moment. C1194 Dragon Awakening. Chapter 1194 Dragon Awakening 1194 Dragon Awakening. Seeing Yuan transform, something only dragons could do, left Xianxia and Mingzi utterly speechless. They were so shocked that they couldn't feel any other emotions, and their bodies were numb, almost as though they had been struck by lightning tribulation. Dragon Awakening, Grade. Description: awaken the dragon in your body and gain unimaginable strength. Greatly increases all physical capabilities while transformed. By the time Yuan snapped out of his daze, over 90% of the blood in the pond had been absorbed by him. When he saw that nearly all of the blood in the pond had disappeared, Yuan felt his heart skip a beat, and he quickly stood up. Oh my God. I don't know what happened, but I swear it wasn't on purpose. I am so sorry. I will fix this. I promise. He went into panic mode, unaware of the changes to his body. Neither Xianxia or Mingzi reacted, which only made Yuan feel even more guilty. In his mind, they were probably so angry at him for absorbing their precious blood that they couldn't even express it properly. While they were indeed devastated about the loss of blood, the feeling of shock easily overwhelmed such feelings. Furthermore, they could feel a sense of inferiority when looking at Yuan in his current state, almost as though the dragon blood in their veins revered his presence. However, such a thing would only happen if they are before someone with a superior bloodline, and in the entire 9 heavens, only the dragon ancestor and the Great One could possibly possess a bloodline that is strong enough to suppress their royal bloodline. Who? No. What are you? Xianxia muttered in a dazed voice. I understand your anger, but I will do my best to fix this. Since this blood came from the dragon ancestor, I will find him and request some of his blood, enough to refill the pond. No matter how long it will take, I swear I will make it happen. Yuan responded, still unaware of the reason for their shock. Mingzi didn't say anything and retrieved a round mirror from her spatial ring before putting it in front of Yuan. Huh? Yuan looked into the mirror with a raised eyebrow. What? His eyes widened with shock after seeing his new appearance. His black hair and eyes had turned golden, and his chest appeared to have grown several dragon scales. This immediately reminded him of Shi Murong and Shi Ming's transformation. However, he was still missing dragon horns and a tail. This must be due to the 9 dragon symbols. Dragon awakening, huh? I hope this isn't permanent. He swallowed nervously. Yuan, if you don't mind, can I have some of your blood? I want to confirm something. Shi Mingzi suddenly asked him. Oh, of course. Take as much blood as you want. Yuan immediately responded. Just a few drops will be enough. I want to see if you have any dragon blood flowing through your veins. Yuan nodded and poked a hole on his finger before squeezing several drops out. Shi Mingzi quickly collected his blood with her spiritual energy, and without hesitation, placed it inside her mouth. Her eyes immediately widened with surprise, but it was not because his blood contained dragon blood. What is this? Why is his blood so delicious? Shi Mingzi has never tasted anything as tasty as Yuan's blood, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his blood tasted better than any delicacy she has tasted before. The taste of Yuan's blood surprised her so much that she didn't confirm whether he had dragon blood or not, so she had to request for some more. Sorry, but I will need some more to be sure. A little more this time. She said in a stiff voice, her face somewhat rosy. Take as much as you need. Yuan repeated with a smile on his face. This time, Shi Mingzi collected a mouthful of his blood, which caused Shi Xingma to raise his eyebrows. Why does she need so much blood? And why does her face look like that? He wondered inwardly, as she looked like she was before a luxurious feast. After taking Yuan's blood for the second time, Shi Mingzi tasted only a few drops of the mouthful of blood that she collected before storing the rest away in a container. She's storing it? Shi Xingma became even more puzzled by her actions. Oh, right. My blood is like a delicacy for divine beasts. Yuan took a mental note of this. Ahem. After clearing her throat in a forceful manner, Shi Mingzi looked at Shi Xingma and spoke with a serious expression. His blood doesn't have the slightest dragon blood. He's 100% human. What? That's impossible. Shi Xingma refused to believe it. I don't know what else to say since I have no idea what is happening either. Shi Mingzi shrugged, and she turned to look at Yuan. Although he has dragon scales and the aura of a dragon, he doesn't have any horns or a tail. Maybe it is a transformation and isn't at the same time. Either way, we have never seen or heard of anything like this before. Yuan, do you have any idea what caused your transformation? She then asked. Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, do you know anything about the 9 dragon symbol? No, never heard of it. What about you? Shi Mingzi looked at Shi Xingma, who also shook his head. Then what about the Dragon God? I have also never heard of this Dragon God, but what an arrogant name. Not even the Dragon Ancestor and the Great One would call themselves a god, much less the god of dragons. Shi Mingzi said. However, Shi Xingma appeared to be pondering about something. Dragon God. I have heard about him before, he said a moment later. C1195 Dragon God. Chapter 1195 Dragon God. 1195 Dragon God. Really? What do you know about him? Yuan immediately asked. I don't know how much of this is true since it used to be a rumor back in the days, so take this with a grain of salt. Shi Xingma said. And he continued, if you didn't know already, it is widely known throughout the entire dragon race that the Dragon Ancestor and the Great One are the first dragons to ever exist, so they have the highest quality in terms of our bloodline. However, there is a rumor that claims a third dragon existed, one with a supreme bloodline like the Dragon Ancestor and the Great One. They also say that both the Dragon Ancestor and the Great One revered this third dragon, who was apparently more powerful than the two combined, and they would address it as the Dragon God. However, for some reason, this Dragon God did the unthinkable and lowered its head to another entity, a human, at that. The Dragon God's decision caused a great disturbance throughout the dragon race and greatly angered the other two supreme dragons, especially since humans and dragons were at war during that time. I'm not sure what happened, but information about the Dragon God stopped there, almost as if its existence vanished into thin air. Yuan digested all of this information with a pondering look on his face. The Dragon God lowered its head to a human. That human must be the immortal monarch, since he tamed many divine beasts. And if the Dragon God is related to the 9 dragon symbols, Yuan was finally starting to connect the dots, but there are still many unanswered questions. Seeing Yuan's expression, Xianxia couldn't help but ask, "Is the Dragon God related to your transformation?" Yuan snapped out of his daze and nodded, "I think so. Also, this blood doesn't belong to the dragon ancestor, but the Dragon God." "What?" Xianxia exclaimed after hearing this information. "I also believe that the human the Dragon God served was someone called the Immortal Monarch. Do you know of him?" "Immortal Monarch? Of course, I know him. There's not a single competent dragon that doesn't know of His Excellency," Xianxia said in a loud voice. "His Excellency?" Yuan raised an eyebrow. His Excellency was the one who stopped the war between dragons and humans, after all. He was also highly respected by many divine beasts during his era. "Then do you know what happened to him?" Yuan asked. "No, just like the Dragon God, he suddenly disappeared after one day. We still don't know what happened to him to this day." Xianxia shook his head in a regretful manner. Clearly, he was a fan of the Immortal Monarch. If he knew that he was standing before the Immortal Monarch's reincarnation, not even the heavens would be able to predict his reaction. "Anyways, do you have any more questions?" Just one more. How long will I remain like this?" he asked. "You can't revert to your original form?" Xianxia raised an eyebrow. "Unfortunately, no." Yuan sighed. "I don't think there is anything to worry about. When we bathe in the blood, we also transform uncontrollably, but it will eventually go away by itself once the effects of the blood weakens," Xianxia said. "I see. By the way, the blood." Yuan looked at the pitiful state of the pool with a guilty look on his face. "I promised to refill it," Xianxia chuckled, "don't sweat too much about it. What's done is done, and it's not like you did it on purpose, right?" "Of course not." He quickly shook his head. Xianxia rubbed his eyes and sighed, "Well, I don't expect you to refill this pool with the dragon ancestor's blood. If you really wish to try, please do so within 900 years, since the last time we soaked in the blood was 100 years ago, fortunately. If we don't find a solution for this before then, our bloodline might weaken." The only reason Xianxia still has some hope that Yuan would fulfill his words is because of his connection with the dragon ancestor. Although he doesn't know what kind of relationship Yuan has with the dragon ancestor, he knew there was something there. Xianxia then said with a weird smile on her face, "If you can't fulfill your promise, then you will have to fill this place with your own blood, okay?" Sure." Yuan nodded with a nervous smile. "Here, you'll catch a cold at this rate." Xianxia suddenly handed him his robes. "Thank you." Of course, he was completely naked this entire time. Yuan washed himself again after leaving the ancestral sanctuary before returning to his own room. "How did the ceremony go?" Meili, who had been waiting for her parents to return to their room this entire time, immediately approached them when she noticed their presence in the hallway. "You will find out when tomorrow comes," Xianxia said in a tired voice. "Sorry, but I do not have the energy right now." Xianxia sighed. This caused Meili to become shocked, as she had never seen her parents this exhausted before. "What happened during the ceremony?" Meili cried inwardly. "Is Yuan okay?" she then asked with a worried face. Xianxia showed a weak smile and said, "Why wouldn't he be okay? If you want to see it for yourself, he's returned to his room. However, I don't recommend seeing him now since he seemed to have a lot on his mind before he left." "I understand." As much as Meili wanted to see Yuan right now, she decided to wait for tomorrow, just as her parents suggested. Xianxia and Xingmo retired to their rooms shortly after. So much has happened today. Xianxia sighed as she laid on the bed. Are you sure he's 100% human? Give me some of his blood. I want to see for myself. Xingmo suddenly said. If you want his blood, go ask him for some. Why are you asking me? She looked at him with a slight frown. Xingmo's eyes twitched at her words. You. What the hell are you saying when you still have some of his blood? I don't know what you are talking about. I literally watched you seal his blood in a container before putting it away in your spatial ring. Xingmo found her to be incredibly suspicious now, but not for the reasons he was thinking. And how did I obtain that blood? By asking him. If you want his blood, you need to do the same. I am not sharing mine. Xianxia remained adamant for some reason, greatly dumbfounding Xingmo. I knew it. He definitely has dragon blood in his veins. Why would you lie about something like this? Xingmo sighed. Xianxia frowned. I wouldn't lie about that. He doesn't have any dragon blood and is purely human. Then what are you hiding from me? Ask him for his blood and you will know. You are. Unbelievable. Xingmo gave up at this point and decided to ask Yuan for his blood tomorrow before he leaves for Azure Dragon City. C1196 An Overwhelming Presence. Chapter 1196 An Overwhelming Presence 1196 An Overwhelming Presence. The following morning, Yuan looked in the mirror, and sure enough, he was still transformed. But since it didn't negatively affect him, he didn't mind it too much. In fact, his body was surging with an enormous amount of energy that felt similar to heaven's supremacy, which made him feel invincible. He had a feeling that if he fought with Xianxia in his current state, he'd be able to defeat her with ease. Sometime later, Yuan left his room, where Xiaohua and his other companions were waiting for him. Brother Yuan? Xiaohua made a puzzled face when she saw Yuan's new appearance, almost as though she didn't recognize him. Why, young master? Feng Yuxiang's eyes were as wide as saucers. Lan Yingying was utterly speechless. How do I look? Yuan asked them with a smile on his face. Heavens! What did they do to you, young master? Why do you smell like a dragon? Even your aura is that of a real dragon. I know they said that they'd disguise your human scent, but this is too much. Feng Yuxiang asked him, feeling perplexed by his new appearance. Yuan then said, well, that is because I am actually transformed. What? How is that even possible when you don't have dragon blood in you? He proceeded to tell them about his experience yesterday at the ancestral sanctuary. Bathing in the blood of a dragon. Feng Yuxiang swallowed nervously. Just like phoenix blood, dragon blood is insanely valuable. Even a single drop is worth a fortune if sold in an auction house, yet Yuan managed to bathe in a pool for dragon blood meant for the dragon clan's royal family? Nobody would believe such nonsense even if he told everyone. Does that mean you are no longer human but a dragon? Lan Yingying asked the most important question. No, I am still human. This transformation is temporary. However, you're free to see for yourself. Yuan lifted his hand, offering his blood to them. Then if you'll excuse me. Feng Yuxiang did not hesitate to taste his blood, as it has been a long time since she last savored it. Lan Yingying also did not refuse to taste his blood, her taste buds dancing with bliss afterward. You're right. I don't taste any dragon blood in your blood. How mysterious. Feng Yuxiang mumbled with a dazed look on her face. Brother Yuan, can I also taste it? To their surprise, Xiaohua also requested to taste his blood. Can you even tell the difference? Feng Yuxiang looked at her with raised eyebrows. Naturally, Xiaohua did not have such an ability, as she was human. However, she did not want to feel left out when the other two always seemed to be enjoying themselves with his blood. Seeing her silence, Feng Yuxiang shook her head and said, no matter your reason, a human drinking another human's blood is weird. That's something only depraved humans that walk the path of evil would do. Yuan then said, Feng Feng is right, Xiaohua. My blood only tastes good to divine beasts. Hearing their words, Xiaohua eventually gave up on the idea. Sometime later, Yuan and his group arrived in the dining area, where the Shi family was already seated. Good morning, you, Shi Meili greeted as she turned to look at him, and when she finally saw his appearance, her jaw dropped to the floor. What the? Shi Murong was just as startled as Shi Meili. Shi Mingzi chuckled at their reaction, something she has been waiting all night to see. Shi Meili eventually snapped out of her daze and stood up. She then walked over to him, stopping in front of him. Yuan. Is that you? She asked in a low voice as she inspected his body from head to toe multiple times. Yes, it's me. He responded with a calm smile. Meanwhile, inside her head, Shi Meili was trying her hardest to not freak out. Oh my heavens. He's so freaking handsome. What is this? What is going on? Why does he look like this? What is this tingly sensation in my body? Shi Meili cried inwardly, feeling an incredible urge to drag Yuan to her room to do unspeakable acts. Are you okay? Yuan couldn't help but ask her, whose face was flushed red. Ahem. Shi Xingma loudly cleared his throat. Sit back down. You're being rude. Shi Meili quickly turned around and walked back to her seat, but not before saying, sorry for acting weird, you just look so different. Yuan chuckled, I was also surprised when I first saw this appearance. Shi Mingzi then said, as you can see, this is the result of his blood cleansing ceremony. Is that permanent? Shi Murong asked. No, it should go away soon. Shi Mingzi shook her head. Then are you still human? Shi Meili asked after returning to her senses. Yuan nodded, I am still human. 100%. Shi Xingma cleared his throat again, sounding a little stiff this time, and he spoke, oh, right. Yuan, can I have some of your blood? I'd like to make sure that nothing has changed since yesterday. Sure. Yuan did not hesitate to give him a few drops of his blood. Shi Xingmo's eyes snapped wide open when Yuan's blood touched his tongue, looking as though he'd just been electrocuted. What the hell is this? Why does his blood taste so freaking delicious? Shi Xingma turned to look at Shi Mingzi with a look of disbelief. He finally understood what his wife had been hiding from him and why she refused to share Yuan's blood to him yesterday. Of course, he also made the same mistake as her and forgot to analyze the blood. What do you think? Any changes? Yuan asked him. And no. Everything is the same. Shi Xingma was not shameless enough to ask for more, so he decided to lie. Shi Meili and Shi Murong found their father's action a little odd, but they couldn't pinpoint it. Eventually, everyone sat down for breakfast. And for the entire meal, Shi Meili could barely take her eyes off Yuan, as his presence was simply too overwhelming and deadly in a non-lethal way. She's totally smitten with his dragon looks. Shi Mingzi barely held her composure. Blood. He was already attractive enough as a human. Now that he's basically turned into a dragon, his charm will be countless times more effective on us females in the dragon race. If he visits the Azure Dragon City in that appearance, he'll probably attract even more attention than before. At least it'll be the good kind of attention. Unbeknownst to her, Shi Mingzi would also subconsciously glance at Yuan from time to time. C1197 Mysterious Handsome Young Man Shocks the City. Chapter 1197 Mysterious Handsome Young Man Shocks the City. 1197 Mysterious Handsome Young Man Shocks the City. After breakfast, Shi Meili brought Yuan to her family's dressing room, where all sorts of outfits were available. With your new appearance, you can easily pass as someone with a royal bloodline, so before we go to the Azure Dragon City, you should dress accordingly. You want me to pretend to be royalty? Yuan asked with a dumbfounded face. Since you partook in our family's blood cleansing ceremony, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call you royalty. Shi Meili said as she looked through her father's old clothes. Eventually, she found a pair of white and golden robes with a golden dragon embroidered in the front and back. This will look perfect on you. Meili spoke in an excited voice as she handed him the robes. I will also get changed. When you're done, meet me at the entrance. Meili left Yuan alone after that. After changing into his new clothes, Yuan left the dressing room and made his way to the palace's entrance. He would cross paths with several servants on the way there, and unsurprisingly, they all stopped whatever they were doing to stare at him with dreamy eyes. Even after many moments after Yuan left their sights, these servants still remained frozen like a stone statue. Heavens! Who was that just now? I have never seen anyone as handsome as him in my life. There's no way someone like him could be a nobody. Did you see his aura? It was magnificent. When he glanced at me, I felt all the strength in my body leave. He had gold hair like the Shi family. Is he related to them? But there's no way we wouldn't know about him if that was the case. Unbeknownst to Yuan, his presence alone was enough to leave these servants in utter chaos. At the entrance, Xiao Hua and the others were already there to see him off. Oh my! Mingzi was taken aback by Yuan's new outfit. That's my... Xingma was speechless. The outfit Meili had picked out for Yuan used to be worn by Xingma during his younger days. It wasn't anything too fancy, but it brought out all of Yuan's charms and amplified it 100 times. Not only does Yuan look like a real young master with these clothes, he also gave off the aura of a hero, someone to be looked up to by others. You look even better than my husband did in those clothes, Yuan. My daughter sure has an eye for fashion. Mingzi spoke in a teasing voice when he got close enough. Xingma couldn't refute her words even though he wanted to. The young master really looks like a different person now. Thong Yuxiang mumbled. Meili showed up shortly after, and she was wearing a formal red and gold outfit, which gave her a more mature atmosphere. Looks like I don't need to scold you for your outfit. Mingzi said. I am well aware that I am going there for official business, so this is only natural. Meili said, and she turned to look at Yuan, feeling like she had accomplished something great with his clothes. Alright, are you ready to go? Meili asked him. He nodded, yes, but how will we get there? Well, we can travel there with a flying treasure, or we can just teleport there with a formation. I will let you choose. The former will take about a week while the latter will be instantaneous. Meili would rather take the flying treasure since that means she would get to spend an entire week alone with Yuan, but she didn't say it outright out of shame. There's nothing but clouds between both cities, right? Yuan asked. That's right. If you want to sightsee, there's nothing to see, unfortunately. Then let's just teleport there. I'd rather spend more time in the city, after all. Okay, Yuan raised an eyebrow in a questioning manner when Meili responded in a dispirited manner for some reason. Let's go, Yuan. Meili didn't give him the chance to ask and pulled him towards the street. Stay safe, young master. See you later, brother Yuan. Don't cause any trouble, Meili. After the pair disappeared from their sights, Mingzi sighed, I can't help but worry that something is going to happen in Azure Dragon City. I guess we should start mentally preparing ourselves, then. Xingma said. Meanwhile, Yuan and Meili took their time walking to the teleporting formation on foot. Naturally, their presence left every pedestrian around them utterly speechless. While the males would admire Meili's beauty and elegance with wide mouths, all of the females would stare at Yuan like beasts during mating season. His domineering aura, his alluring scent, his calm yet oppressive gaze, none of the females there could withstand his charms, no matter if they were maidens, married women, or widows. All of them were powerless before Yuan's uncontrollable glamour. Who was that handsome man with Princess Xi just now? I need to know right now. I have never seen him before. He must be from another city. What kind of relationship do you think they have with each other? They looked like a pair made by heaven itself. Damn it. I have never felt so envious of Princess Xi until today. I would be willing to die for a chance to hold that man's hands even for a second. News of a mysterious handsome young man with otherworldly charm that appeared out of thin air quickly spread throughout the city like wildfire. Upon hearing such news, many people from all over the city flocked to see this mysterious handsome man with their own eyes like it was some kind of freak show. My God! He's actually even more handsome than I expected. How can such a perfect being exist? Just who is he? Why does nobody recognize someone as eye-catching as him? There's no way he really popped out of thin air. Seeing how much attention they were getting, Yuan was beginning to wonder if he should have traveled with the flying treasure instead. C1198 Azure Dragon City. Chapter 1198 Azure Dragon City 1198 Azure Dragon City. Upon arriving at the teleport formation, Meili led Yuan directly to the front of the line. When the manager there noticed Meili, he immediately rushed over to greet them. Welcome, Princess Xi. Where would you like to go today? The Azure Dragon City. Understood. Please give us a minute to prepare the formation. While the manager arranged the formation, everyone in that area was staring at Yuan and Meili. I wonder what they're going to do in Azure Dragon City. Judging by Princess Zai's formal wear, she's probably there for some important business. Perhaps with the Azure Dragon family, since there has been a rumor about the Xi family and Azure Dragon family finally getting together. Despite the amount of years the Azure Dragon family and the Xi family have coexisted in this realm, they have never joined together as a family and would rather mind their own business within their own city. In fact, they rarely contacted each other, only doing so during unforeseen events. However, the Azure Dragon family finally decided that it was about time they joined together. Xingma agreed when he was confronted about it, hence the current situation. Once the teleport formation was prepared, Meili and Yuan entered it, teleporting directly outside the Azure Dragon City. Yuan, I am going to meet with the Azure Dragon family first. You can look around the city until I am done. It shouldn't take long. I will find you when I am done. All right. Yuan didn't bother asking her how she would find him in this vast city, as he was sure that she had her own unique ways. See you in a bit then. Try not to cause any trouble. Meili said to him as she flew away, entering the city through the sky. When the guards saw that someone was trying to enter the city through the sky, their initial reaction was to stop them. However, after seeing this invader's face, these guards halted and sighed. It's the Xi family's little princess. Captain said that she'd show up sometime today and be on the lookout for her. One of the guards then went to notify the Azure Dragon family of Meili's arrival. Meanwhile, Yuan approached the city through the front gates. The guards were stunned when they saw him, who gave off the aura of a royal, but they didn't recognize him in the slightest. Who is that? I don't recognize him either. Once Yuan was close enough, one of the guards approached him in a respectful manner. Greetings, young master. If you don't mind me asking, where are you from? And what business do you have at our humble Azure Dragon City? I am from ancient Dragon City, and I am here to sightsee. Yuan calmly responded. Just to sightsee? The guard wondered inwardly. So this is your first time visiting our city? Can you put your hands on this for a second? The guard showed him a crystal ball. Yuan placed his hand on the crystal ball. It shone bright blue a moment later. Thank you very much. Here is your pass. You may stay in the city for a maximum of 3 months. If you wish to stay longer, please come back here. All right. Yuan entered the city after accepting the guest pass. Compared to the ancient Dragon City, which has a more traditional feel and a serious atmosphere, the Azure Dragon City was much brighter and felt more exciting, almost like comparing a street filled with bars with a street filled with stores. The buildings were also built differently, as well as the pedestrians' fashion. Yuan stood before the entrance for a good minute, admiring the view. Once he was satisfied, he started wandering the streets. Naturally, his appearance immediately attracted those around him, causing them to stare intensely. Who is that handsome young man? There's no way I wouldn't recognize someone as eye-catching as him. He's probably not from this city. Gold hair. That's a signature of those from the ancient dragon city. Sometime later, Yuan took notice of a certain scent in the air that made his mouth start to salivate. He immediately followed the scent, which led him to a tall restaurant that had 7 floors. He approached the entrance, where a handsome young man was standing with a pamphlet in his hands. "Good morning. May I have your name?" the young man asked him when he approached. "Yuan." The young man began looking through his pamphlet. When he didn't see Yuan's name, he asked, "I don't see your name. Do you have a reservation?" "I don't. There's no walk-in." "Unfortunately." The young man shook his head. "Is that so? Then can I make a reservation right now? In that case, I will put you down for next year." "Next year? The wait is that long?" Yuan was baffled. The young man nodded with a smile. "Our Azure Dragon's Retreat is the highest-rated restaurant in the entire world across all 3 cities, after all. In fact, our longest wait time was 12 years, so you're quite lucky to only need to wait a year." Yuan sighed. "I see, forget it then. Sorry to bother you." Just as Yuan turned around and began walking away, a clear voice resounded from somewhere above him. "Please wait a moment." Yuan turned around and looked at the sky to see a figure jumping out of a window from the 7th floor of the restaurant. This figure landed right in front of Yuan. I happened to overhear your conversation. If you'd like, you can eat with me and my friends." This individual was a beautiful young lady with light blue hair and golden eyes. She had a pale complexion, and her cheeks were rosy for some reason. Seeing this as a chance, Yuan didn't refuse and nodded. "If you don't mind having me." "Of course not. I am the one who invited you, after all. By the way, I'm Azure." "Nice to meet you." The blue-haired girl smiled at him. "Azure." Yuan's body instinctively froze for a second as another individual with the same name appeared inside his head. He quickly snapped out of it and smiled back. "Nice to meet you, Azure. You can call me Yuan." After their brief introduction, Azure led Yuan inside the restaurant. C1199 Azure Dragon Family. Chapter 1199 Azure Dragon Family 1199 Azure Dragon Family. Once they entered the restaurant, Azure led Yuan straight to the 7th floor of the restaurant, where only 2 rooms existed on the entire floor. Azure's room was on the left side of the building. Inside, there were 4 other people sitting around a long table that was filled with delicious-looking food and fragrant drinks. 2 young men and 2 young ladies, all around the same age as Azure. "Sorry for that just now," Azure said to them with an apologetic smile on her face as she entered the room. "Why did you jump out of the window so suddenly? That surprised us." "Forget that. Who is that beside you?" one of the ladies asked her with sparkling eyes. "Let me introduce you to a new friend that I've just made. This is Yuan. He'll be dining with us." Azure introduced him with a bright smile. The ladies looked up and down at Yuan with glistening eyes while the 2 men had slight frowns on their faces. "Where did you come from, Yuan? I have never seen you before." "Oh. I'm Zhu Ling. My name's Li Na. Nice to meet you." The ladies introduced themselves while the men remained silent. "Come sit over here with me, Yuan," Azure said to him as she walked over to her seat by the window. "Azure, you sly beast. I was wondering why you had been staring outside the window with a dazed face," Li Na said to her using divine sense. "Hands off, you two. I found him, so he's mine," Azure said to them. "Hey. That's not fair. You already have Guoxing and Wang Jun here," Zhu Ling said. "Nonsense. You know we're not in that kind of relationship." Azure glared at her. "Either way, you know that they've been trying to court you for over 1,000 years now. If you flirt with this new guy whom you've just met, they will definitely get jealous. That's none of my business." "You say that, but, hey, you didn't answer my friend's question. Where are you from?" "Guoxing, a handsome young man with a naturally stern face, suddenly spoke to Yuan. Ancient Dragon City. What about your family? Which family are you from? Zhu Ling asked. Just an ordinary family. No way. You look like you belong to some big family. Li Na exclaimed. The two men smirked a little when they realized that Yuan didn't belong to any prominent family. It's true. Yuan smiled, remaining calm. The room fell silent for a moment afterward. Who cares where he's from? Azure suddenly said, breaking the silence. And she continued, let's eat before the food gets cold. Thanks again for the invitation. Yuan said to her. Don't worry about it. If there's anything you want to eat, feel free to order them. It's my treat. They began eating shortly after. As they ate, Zhu Ling started a conversation. So, I heard that Meili will be visiting the Azure Dragon family today. Is that true, Azure? Yuan glanced at Azure. He had a feeling that she was related to them because of her name, but he wasn't sure to what extent. Yeah, but it's none of my business. Can you really say that? I heard rumors that the Azure Dragon family and the Shi family are trying to come together. Li Na said. It's true, but I am nowhere near that conversation. My eldest brother is the one who's trying to marry Meili. Azure shrugged. Do you really think that Meili will agree to it? Wang Jun said, and he continued, I mean, your brother already has multiple wives. I don't think the princess will accept someone like that, considering her status. He has multiple fiancées, not wives. He's saving that first spot for the princess. But I get what you are trying to say. Azure corrected him. Speaking of the Shi family, I heard that they had befriended a human. How true do you think that is? Zhu Ling suddenly said. A human? What kind of nonsense is that? There's no way a human can enter this world. Guixing sneered with a disdainful expression. Actually, I heard that rumor as well. It happened sometime last year, and rumors have it that this human had awoken all 9 pillars during the dragon awakening ritual. Li Na said. Ha 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 ha. Wang Jun suddenly burst out laughing upon hearing her words. There's no way a mere human could awaken 9 pillars when even the Shi family could only manage 7 pillars at most. I'd eat my own tail if a human could awaken 6 pillars, much less 9. If Wang Jun knew that the rumors were true and the human who awoke all 9 pillars was in the exact same room as him at this moment, not even the heavens would be able to predict his reaction. If a human like that really exists, I'd like to meet him. Azure sighed. Why would you want to meet a human? They're weak and fragile creatures, yet they are arrogant as hell and act as though they're the ultimate race. Guixing sneered. I just think it'll be interesting. Azure shrugged. What do you think, Yuan? She suddenly turned to look at him, who had been stuffing food inside his mouth without stopping this entire time. Would you want to meet a human if you had the chance? If I have a reason to meet with them, sure. He responded after quickly swallowing the food in his mouth. Wang Jun smiled at Yuan and said, looks like you're not lying when you said that you came from an ordinary family. Is this your first time eating good food? Seems like it. Watch your mouth, Wang Jun, ordinary family or not, he's my friend now. Badmouth him again and this will be our last time hanging out together. Azure glared at him. Wang Jun sneered inwardly, and he proceeded to glare at Yuan like a tiger before its prey. Please don't mind him, Yuan. Azure said to him, who calmly nodded before returning to his food. Meanwhile, Meili just arrived at the Azure Dragon family's residence. Chapter 1200. Published at 19th of September 2023 11:40 and 34 seconds AM. Chapter 1200. Chapter 1200 Azure Dragon Family. 2. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1200 Azure Dragon Family. 2. 1200 Azure Dragon Family. 2. Welcome to my Azure Dragon family, Princess Shi. We are delighted to have you today. The Patriarch of the Azure Dragon family personally greeted Meili at the door. Meili calmly acknowledged him with a nod before speaking. I have urgent business after this, so let's get this over with. Where's Liang Xian? Patriarch Liang raised an eyebrow upon being rushed by Meili. What could possibly be more important than the future of their family together? There's no need to be hasty. We have set up a banquet for you, and my son, Liang Xian, is waiting for you there. Let us discuss your marriage with him over some tea and food. As much as Meili wanted to reject the marriage on the spot, it'd be incredibly rude to the Azure Dragon family. Even if the Azure Dragon family isn't of royal blood, they are a very large and powerful family. While they might not be as influential as the Shi family, they definitely have a slight advantage in terms of overall prowess. If Meili offends the Azure Dragon family too much, they might become an enemy of the Shi family, and that would bring an end to the peace between their family, which has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Meili silently followed Patriarch Liang to a spacious courtyard, where a massive banquet was being held. There were dozens of tables filled with food and drinks, and there were even dancers in the center of the courtyard on a platform. Seeing the banquet made Meili sneer inwardly. They're already acting as though I am going to accept the proposal. How unpleasant. Everyone in the courtyard stopped their movements when they noticed Meili and the Patriarch's presence. Meanwhile, a group of individuals approached them. These people were all high-standing officials and renowned individuals within the Azure Dragon City. Welcome to Azure Dragon City, Princess Shi. It's been a while, Princess Shi. You look even better than before. I hope everything will work out between the Shi family and the Azure Dragon family. Once this group of individuals gave their greetings, they quickly left the scene. Then, another individual approached them. Meili turned to look at this person with a nonchalant expression on her face. He was a handsome young man with light blue hair neatly tied into a ponytail and gold eyes, sword-like eyebrows, and a face that gave him a heroic atmosphere. This person stopped in front of Meili and proceeded to give her a courteous bow. Good morning, Princess Shi. You look even prettier than the rumors say, and I am grateful to be graced by your presence today. Meili remained nonchalant and spoke, and you're exactly as the rumors say, Liang Xian. Do you flirt like this with every woman that you meet? Liang Xian did not take offense to her words and even laughed at it. I am only speaking the truth. Anyways, why don't we sit down first? There is plenty to discuss, after all. Liang Xian turned around and started walking towards the main table, expecting Meili to follow him. However, he stopped a few steps later when he noticed that Meili hadn't moved in the slightest. Princess Shi? Is there something wrong? He asked her with a puzzled look on his face. I hope you didn't prepare this banquet specifically for me, as I will not be participating in it. Why not? Liang Xian was taken aback. Because I won't be staying for long, and I have other businesses to attend to. Patriarch Liang proceeded to speak with a slight frown on his face. I'm sure this other business can wait a little longer. What could possibly be more important than your marriage with my son? Meili turned to look at him with a sharp gaze, and she spoke. You make it sound like I am already engaged to him or something. Unless my father lied to me, we are not yet in that kind of relationship. Not yet, but we will be soon. Liang Xian spoke with a confident smile on his face. And what makes you think that? Meili frowned. I will tell you, after we sit down and enjoy the banquet a little. What do you say? After a moment of silence, Meili spoke in a cold voice. Sorry, but I have no intention of playing whatever game you're suggesting. If you're not going to tell me now, I will just reject your proposal and leave. The smile on Liang Xian's face immediately disappeared, and he sighed out loud. I wanted this marriage to work properly and without any troubles, but you're making that very hard, Princess Shi, and you've only just arrived. I will ask you one last time. Will you have a peaceful conversation with me while seated, or are we going to do this the hard way? Liang Xian's previous demeanor had completely disappeared. He was now filled with arrogance, his aura a little tyrannical, almost like that of a wild beast. Meili narrowed her eyes at him. Since I am benevolent, I will disregard this disrespect once and act like it never happened. Or what? You'll report it to your father? Patriarch Liang suddenly spoke. What? Meili turned to look at him with wide eyes. Have they gone mad? She wondered inwardly. They are clearly acting hostile towards her, but she couldn't understand why. She hasn't officially rejected their proposal yet, so there was no reason for them to act in this manner. In fact, they have been acting a little weird since the beginning, which gave Meili a bad feeling. Now that I think about it, why would the Azure Dragon family suddenly propose to work together when we've never really been that close? Why now? What is their motive? Meili asked herself. Before she could think of anything, Patriarch Liang suddenly swept the courtyard with a sharp gaze. When the people there felt his gaze, they all silently left the courtyard, leaving Meili alone with the Patriarch and Liang Xian. Seeing this, Meili instinctively prepared for battle. Patriarch Liang smiled coldly after seeing her reaction, and he said, "Relax, we're not going to attack you. That would be unbefitting of us, especially considering our stature. I made them leave so that we can talk privately, just as you wanted." Meili loosened her muscles a little, but she was still on guard. "I can't wait to hear whatever nonsense you're going to spew next," Meili said with a somewhat nervous smile. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1201 Azure Dragon Family's Ambitions. Chapter 1201 Azure Dragon Family's Ambitions. 1201 Azure Dragon Family's Ambitions. By the way, is it really okay for you to be here today, Azure? Zhu Ling suddenly asked her. What do you mean? Azure raised an eyebrow, looking puzzled by her question. I mean, I heard there's a banquet going on at your place today to welcome Meili. Shouldn't you be there? Oh, that? Only certain people were invited, and I wasn't one of them. Though, even if I was invited, I wouldn't go to such a banquet. It'll surely be boring, after all. Azure shrugged. And then she added, oh, yeah. I noticed that my family has been acting a little strange recently. I think something big might happen soon, so you should prepare yourselves. You don't know what's happening in your family? Yuan asked her with a curious face. Azure shook her head. You probably don't know this, but my family is very strict when it comes to sharing information, so only those who have a high position within the family are given information. As for the rest of us, we just live our life doing our own things until it's time for our marriage, which is determined by the family, of course. Yuan had a weird look on his face as he said, I don't want to sound rude, but that sounds miserable. How dare you? Guoxing slammed his fist on the table, causing everything on it to jump. Stop it. Yuan is right. We are allowed to do whatever we please for the first few hundred years of our lives, but that is merely giving us a false sense of freedom. Once our future is determined, that is where our freedom and life ends. Most of us don't want to admit it, but it's a miserable life. Azure had a dispirited look on her face as she said this, turning the atmosphere awkward and sad. They would continue to eat in silence for the next several minutes, as nobody there knew how to continue the conversation. Meanwhile, at the banquet, Meili was seated at the main table with Liang Xian and Patriarch Liang seated directly in front of her on the other side of the table. If you had done this earlier, this place wouldn't be so boring now. Liang Xian sighed. Meili didn't say anything and silently stared at them with narrowed eyes. Patriarch Liang then calmly spoke, when our ancestors decided to hide in this small world from the humans, our Azure Dragon family was only but a slightly reputable family. However, through thousands upon thousands of years of hard work and sacrifices, we've managed to bring the Azure Dragon family to the top of this world, even ruling over one of the biggest cities in this world. We thought that we would be satisfied with our current standing, but our desire for more grew as time passed. Do you know where I am trying to go with this? Patriarch Liang had a wide smile on his face as he looked at Meili. Meili sneered, so you've set your eyes on the Shi family because we're above you, huh? How boring. And I was wondering what you were planning. I'm disappointed. Boring? You dare call our ambitions boring? How dare you? Patriarch Liang's expression turned cold, his spirit sovereign aura leaking uncontrollably. However, he quickly calmed down and smiled again. Forget it. A child who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth like you wouldn't understand it. So how are you going to achieve that? By picking a fight with my family? By destroying it? Meili then asked. Destroy? Now why would we want to destroy your family? Liang Xian shook his head, and he continued, the Shi family has existed for even longer than our Azure Dragon family, not to mention your history. It'd be a waste to destroy you guys. After a slight pause, he continued with a grin on his face, therefore, instead of destroying you, we're going to consume the Shi family. Meili frowned at his words. Liang Xian then said, we're going to give you an offer right now. Become my woman and serve me, who will be the future of the Azure family. If you do, we won't treat the Shi family too badly. If you don't, the Shi family will no longer exist in this world. After a moment of silence, Meili suddenly burst out laughing, unbelievable. The confidence in your voice. Truly unbelievable. Do you really think that you can take on my Shi family? Don't look down on my family, you bastards. Patriarch Liang quickly responded, you're wrong. We're not underestimating the Shi family. If we did, we wouldn't have waited this long to finally make a move. It's precisely because we respect your power that we took this long to prepare. Meili stopped laughing upon hearing such words, and Patriarch Liang continued to speak. The Shi family has at most 2 spirit sovereigns, 7 spirit emperors, and 1,000 spirit kings under their command. Meanwhile, our ancient dragon family has 3 spirit sovereigns, 19 spirit emperors, and 3,000 spirit kings. Do you know why there's such a difference between us? While your Shi family has been slacking because of our peaceful environment, our Azure Dragon family has never stopped cultivating our military prowess. Furthermore, as I am aware, your Shi family only has 2 direct descendants. Meanwhile, our Azure Dragon family has over 100 direct descendants and thousands more in our branch families. Meili sneered, so you think you can defeat my family just because you have a slight advantage in numbers? How naive of you, Patriarch Liang. I think the one being naive here is you, Princess Shi. A new voice that Meili found familiar suddenly resounded from beside her. When Meili turned, she could see a tall middle-aged man with short black hair and emerald eyes calmly approaching their table. You are. Meili's eyes widened upon seeing this figure. Welcome, Patriarch Chui. I'm glad you were able to make it here today. Patriarch Liang stood up and greeted him with a bright smile. Patriarch Chui. What is the meaning of this? Meili glared at him, who she has only seen a few times in her life. Can't you tell by my presence here? You are truly naive. Patriarch Chui shook his head. Meili gritted her teeth, so the Emerald Dragon family is also in on this nonsense, huh? This man was the Patriarch of the Emerald Dragon family, ruler of Verdant Dragon City, one of the 3 biggest cities in this world alongside the Azure Dragon City and the Ancient Dragon City. See? I told you that we weren't underestimating the Shi family. Patriarch Liang smiled at Meili. My Emerald Dragon family may only have 1 spirit sovereign, 5 spirit emperors, and 600 spirit kings, but if we combine our forces together, I think we have a pretty good chance to deal with the Shi family. What do you think, Princess Shi? Patriarch Chui asked her. You, traitorous bastard. After all my family has done for the Verdant Dragon City, this is how you repay us. Meili growled as she pointed at him. C1202 War. Chapter 1202 War. 1202 War. What will you even get out of this? Tell me, Patriarch Chui. Meili continued to shout at him. Patriarch Chui nonchalantly shrugged as he responded, nothing much. Just some of the Shi family's treasures, a third of the ancient dragon city, and Xianxia. What? My mother? Meili had a baffled look on her face. Patriarch Chui grinned at her reaction, and he clarified, I have fancied her for a while now. In fact, I've had my eyes on her even before she met your father. Unfortunately, I was not strong enough to attract her attention. And you consider yourself a dragon? What a disgrace. You sully our race with your mere existence. Even a wild beast has more morals than you bastards. Meili stared at him with killing intent flowing from her eyes. As dragons, it is our nature to desire power, to rule over everything within our gaze. Patriarch Liang spoke with a stern look on his face. Once we consume the Shi family, we will become royalties through the blood-cleansing ceremony. After that, we will finally leave this prison of a world and conquer the outside world and its humans. The blood-cleansing ceremony. Meili muttered as she realized something. So this is your real motive. You want to acquire the dragon ancestors' blood so that you will have a royal bloodline. Everything else is merely a bonus. Patriarch Liang showed a grim smile. You will not get what you want. Meili said with gritted teeth. Oh, is that so? And what are you going to do to stop me? Run from here and scramble back to your parents to tell them? If that's what you want to do, I won't stop you. What are you? Meili was speechless and doubtful that he would really let her leave just like that. Patriarch Liang shrugged with an arrogant smug on his face. I already told you. We're fully prepared to take on the Shi family, so it won't matter what you do now. Why else would we be doing this so blatantly? As much as Meili hated to admit it, Patriarch Liang was right. Although the Shi family may have a decent chance of victory if they fought with the Azure Dragon family, that did not account for the Emerald Dragon family's assistance. If the Azure Dragon family and the Emerald Dragon family worked together, the chances of the Shi family winning was slim to none. Naturally, this did not account for Yuan's participation either. Meili knew that if Yuan assisted them, their chances of winning would rise significantly. However, she has no intention of forcing him to fight for her family, as she would not be able to forgive herself if he were to get hurt because of it. You could leave, but I wouldn't suggest it. Liang Xian suddenly spoke, and he continued before Meili could say anything. If you leave now, your brother and father will surely die. However, if you stay here and become my woman, I will spare their lives. After a moment of silence, Meili suddenly sneered with a smile. Sorry, but that's impossible. Impossible? Liang Xian frowned. That's right. I already gave my heart to someone else, so I cannot be with you. Though, even if I didn't have that person, I still wouldn't want to be with you. Meili calmly responded, leaving him speechless. Liang Xian was left utterly speechless by her response. He couldn't believe that she would be able to say such a thing when her brother and father's lives were at stake. Are you serious? He had to confirm it. Does it look like I am joking? You'd be willing to let your father and brother die over something like that? You're much more selfish than I thought. Don't act like you've already defeated us. Meili sneered in disgust. So you think you can win against us? Ahahaha. You're also much more foolish than I thought. Liang Xian burst out laughing. Meili didn't say anything else and started walking away. Are you sure that is your decision? If you walk away now, you won't be my wife, but my slave once everything is over. Liang Xian said as he stood still and without any intention to stop her. The moment you leave this courtyard, we will send our armies to the ancient dragon city. Patriarch Liang spoke in a nonchalant voice before sipping on. Meili stopped moving, and without turning around, she spoke in a cold voice. Meili won't be threatened by anyone. And without saying anything else and without any hesitation, she flew out of the courtyard. Father, is it really okay to let her leave like that? We can still catch her right now. Liang Xian turned to look at his father with a doubtful face. It's fine. The Shi family cannot stop us. They don't have the power to do so. He said before turning to look at Patriarch Chui, get your people ready. We're going to war. Patriarch Chui nodded with a serious expression before disappearing from the scene. Meanwhile, Yuan was still at the restaurant filling his mouth with food. Yuan, I have an offer for you. Azure suddenly looked at him and said. What kind of offer? He said after swallowing a mouthful of food. I would like to hire you. Yuan raised an eyebrow. For what kind of work? I'd like you to work for me. To put it bluntly, I want you to become mine. Azure said with a charming smile on her face. The others in the room stared at her with wide eyes. They didn't expect her to be so straightforward in public. I may not have the most influence in my family, but I do have plenty of influence as someone from the Azure Dragon family. Of course, you will be more than a servant. You will be akin to something like a concubine. What do you say? Chapter 1203. Published at 19th of September 2023 11:40 and 19 seconds AM. Chapter 1203, Chapter 1203 War, 2. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1203 War, 2, 1203 War, 2. You don't need to give me an answer right away. Azure continued with a smile on her face after seeing Yuan's face. The Azure Dragon family encourages its descendants to have multiple concubines because of their desire to grow bigger. This is one of the reasons why they were able to reach their current status, by joining bigger families and creating connections until they are at the very top. Unfortunately for her, Yuan had no intention of becoming someone's concubine. Without needing to even think about it, Yuan shook his head and spoke in a soft voice. I'm sorry, but I will have to refuse your offer. Azure's expression froze for a good moment after hearing his answer. After a moment of awkward silence, she tried her best to keep a smile on her face as she spoke. Can you give me your reasons? Is there anything I can do to change your mind? There really isn't any special reason for my refusal. And I don't think there is anything you can do to change my mind. Sorry. Yuan apologized again. Is that so? Azure immediately lowered her head with a dejected look on her face. Seeing this, Guoxing and Wang Jun became enraged. You bastard. You think you're hot shit because you're a little handsome? Guoxing slammed the table with his fists, causing the plates to jump. Know your place, you mere commoner. You should be rejoicing at the fact that someone like Azure would be willing to accept someone like you into her family. Wang Jun roared. Azure did not say anything regarding their remarks, almost as though she couldn't even hear them. Li Na and Zhu Ling exchanged worried glances with each other, as they did not like where the atmosphere was heading. The only person who was calm in the room was Yuan himself. He turned to look at Guoxing and Wang Jun and spoke in a nonchalant voice. Why are you upset that I refused her offer? Are the two of you, by any chance, her concubine? What? They looked surprised by his question. You're not? Yuan tilted his head with a puzzled look on his face. You are the first person I have made that offer to. Azure suddenly spoke in a low voice. Although neither Guoxing or Wang Jun were Azure's concubines, they were certainly aiming for such a position, hence why they keep trying to appeal to her. After another moment of awkward silence, Yuan spoke. I am delighted that you think so much of me that you'd want me as your concubine even though we've only just met, but I cannot respond to your feelings. I am just not the type to live such a life. Heh. He probably thinks that he's too good to be a concubine and wants to start his own family. Wang Jun sneered. Even if that were true, what's wrong with that? Yuan raised an eyebrow, and he continued, I don't see anything wrong with wanting to start a family. Though, if you only care about status and your own standing, I can see why you care about that. You dare mock me? Wang Jun stood up with a red face, his peak spirit king cultivation gushing out of his body. Hey. Calm down. Li Na exclaimed. Do not forget where we are. You'll be banned for life if you cause any trouble here. Zhu Ling added. Hearing their words, Wang Jun quickly calmed down. The Azure Dragon's retreat has connections to many influential people around the world because of their popularity, so it wasn't wise to cause a ruckus there. Yuan looked around the room in silence before picking up his cup of tea and drinking the rest of it in one motion. After placing the empty cup back down, he stood up and spoke. Looks like it's about time for me to go. Thank you for the meal, it was delicious. Wait. You think you can just leave whenever you please? Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, if you want me to pay for my food, I don't mind, even though it was supposed to be free. That's not what, stop it. Azure suddenly interrupted. She stood up and faced Yuan. I'm sorry for everything. I didn't mean for things to get this hostile and awkward for you, and you have every right to refuse my offer, so don't worry about it. Of course, the meal is also on me. Azure tried her best to force a smile on her face, ending up with a stiff smile. Thank you. Yuan smiled back. If you ever change your mind, you can come to me. There will always be a spot for you. Azure said, clearly still not giving up on her offer. Yuan silently nodded. Just as Yuan turned around to walk away, a voice resounded in his head, you will regret offending me today. Yuan glanced at Wang Jun, who just spoke to him using divine sense. However, before he could say anything, another voice resounded, but it could be heard by everyone in the room. Yuan. Before anyone there could react, a shadow appeared from the window that Azure had jumped out of not too long ago. When they turned to look at the window, they were graced by a beautiful young woman with golden hair and eyes. Princess Shi. What are you doing here? Azure exclaimed in a surprised voice. However, she merely ignored her and walked straight to Yuan. Yuan. We need to leave immediately, she said to him. Yuan raised an eyebrow at her appearance. What's wrong? You don't look so good. Did something happen? He asked her. The Azure Dragon family waged war on the Shi family. She merely said, dropping this bomb on everyone in the room. What? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. You heard me. The Azure Dragon family will be attacking soon, so we don't have much time to spare here. Let's hurry up and get out of here before they trap us in here. She merely repeated. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip, you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1204. Published at 19th of September 2023 11:40 and 18 seconds AM. Chapter 1204, Chapter 1204 War, 3. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1204 War, 3, 1204 War, 3. The room became dead silent after she merely revealed the news to Yuan, who stood there with a surprised look on his face. The silence eventually broke when Azure snapped out of her daze and exclaimed in a panicked voice, please wait a moment. The Azure Dragon family wouldn't do something like. She merely snapped her gaze to Azure and spoke with a slight frown on her face. And who are you? Are you calling me a liar? And no. I simply think that there's been a misunderstanding. My friends call me Azure, but my name is Liang Lin, and I am from the Azure Dragon fam. She Meili's eyes radiated with killing intent the moment Azure mentioned being from the Azure Dragon family. Azure subconsciously stepped back with a fearful look on her face after sensing Shi Meili's killing intent. Please calm down, she did nothing wrong. Yuan suddenly spoke. Shi Meili turned to look at him with a surprised look on her face. Why are you protecting her? Now that I think about it, why are you even with someone from the Azure Dragon family? It's a coincidence that she invited me to a meal. That's all. Anyways, regarding the other matter, can you tell me a little more about what happened? Shi Meili nodded and said, I will tell you on the way back. We cannot linger in this city for any longer or things will get dangerous for the both of us. We have to get back to warn my parents and get ready for their attack. Yuan became silent as he began pondering. A moment later, he spoke, bring me to the Azure Dragon family. What? Shi Meili exclaimed before continuing, why would you want to do that? Yuan then said, if the Azure Dragon family is really waging war against the Shi family, why waste time going back when we can deal with it right now? We are already here, anyway. Meili's jaw dropped after hearing his words. Are you being serious? There's no way we can handle this by ourselves. And we're not just fighting the Azure Dragon family. The Emerald Dragon family is also working with them. Emerald Dragon family? Who are they? Yuan asked, as this was his first time hearing about them. They rule over the third largest city in this realm. They may not be as big as the Azure Dragon family, but they are still a force to be reckoned with. Are they in this city right now? Yuan then asked. No, I don't think so. Then there's nothing to be worried about. We can deal with them after we are done here. That's still suicidal. The Azure family has 3 spirit sovereigns, 19 spirit emperors, and over 3,000 spirit kings. We simply cannot deal with that much by ourselves. 3 spirit sovereigns, huh? Are they stronger than your mother? Yuan suddenly asked. Well. No, I don't think so. My mother has much more experience, superior techniques, and a superior bloodline. If my mother were to fight against them, she could probably take on 2 of them by herself. Yuan smiled after hearing this information, and he said in a confident voice, then there's nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. Meili was baffled by his confidence. Do you trust me? Yuan suddenly asked her. Of course I do, but this isn't just about that. At the end of the day, you're still a guest in our family. I cannot let you bear such a big responsibility and put your life at risk. Meili said with a worried look on her face. Yuan chuckled, you are thinking too much about it. In my eyes, my friend is in danger, and I only want to help her. It's as simple as that. Anyways, let's get going. We are in a hurry, right? Meili was speechless. She knew that she would endanger the both of them if she listened to Yuan's suggestion, yet she couldn't refuse him for some reason. Okay. She nodded in a dazed manner before walking towards the window. Yuan followed her. Yuan. Who are you, really? Azure couldn't help but ask him as he walked past her. He looked at her and responded in a calm voice, I was just your average tourist until moments ago. Azure's eyes widened, and she continued after swallowing nervously, then what are you now? I don't know yet. Yuan then left the restaurant through the window, following behind Meili. Many moments after they left, Azure and the others snapped out of their daze. What should we do now? If the Azure Dragon family is really going to war with the Shi family, things will get really messy for all of us. Lina began panicking when she realized the severity of their situation. A war between 2 of the biggest powers in the realm would affect everyone, even those who don't partake in the war. I don't know, but there's nothing we can do about it. Azure sighed. In the end, Azure decided to return to her family to catch up with the situation. On their way to the Azure Dragon family, Meili explained the whole situation to Yuan, who would gradually become more angry as he learned more about the situation. Sometime later, they arrived at the Azure Dragon family, spectating the situation from above. The banquet at the courtyard was completely gone, almost as though it never occurred. Instead of food and decorations, the courtyard was occupied by hundreds if not thousands of soldiers. Of course, Patriarch Liang was there, and he appeared to be giving them a speech at the moment. Yuan. This is your last chance to change your mind. Meili looked at him with a stiff expression on her face. Yuan didn't say anything and directly began descending towards the courtyard. Meili could only release a deep sigh before following him. Once they were close enough, Patriarch Liang noticed their presence and stopped his speech to stare at them with a profound frown on his face, his gaze fixated on Yuan for some reason. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1205 Someone you can only dream of becoming. Chapter 1205 Someone you can only dream of becoming 1205 Someone you can only dream of becoming. As Yuan slowly descended towards the courtyard, more and more people noticed his presence. By the time Yuan's foot reached the ground, everyone in the courtyard was staring at him with puzzled looks on their faces. The soldiers thought he was with the Azure Dragon family at first due to how calmly he behaved, but when they saw the beauty behind him and recognized her identity, they became bewildered. Who are you? Patriarch Liang questioned Yuan with a deep frown on his face, ignoring the fact that Meili had returned for some reason. When the soldiers realized that Yuan wasn't with them, they immediately prepared to apprehend him. However, since it was just 2 people against their hundreds, they weren't worried in the slightest. Name's Yuan. Yuan casually responded to Patriarch Liang before asking his own question. Are you the asshole who threatened to harm the Shi family? Patriarch Liang's eyebrows twitched upon being called an asshole. He can't even recall the last time that someone dared to disrespect him so brazenly. The soldiers and the spirit emperors beside him were speechless. But to their surprise, Patriarch Liang didn't immediately punish Yuan. Instead, he remained standing there with a somewhat hesitant look on his face for some reason. While the soldiers and the spirit emperors were too weak to sense it, Patriarch Liang and the other 2 spirit sovereigns there felt an inexplicable sense of dread coming from Yuan, almost as though their instincts were telling them, begging them to stay away from him, an unfathomable threat, at all cost. What are you trying to accomplish here? Patriarch Liang asked him after a moment of silence. I think that's obvious. I'm here to prevent you from harming the Shi family. Patriarch Liang narrowed his eyes, but before he could say anything, the spirit emperors beside him began laughing madly. Where did this fool crawl from? Does he even know what kind of position he's in right now? Ahaha. I can't believe it even though I am seeing it with my own eyes, but did you really come here thinking that you could stop all of us with just the 2 of you? Yuan glanced at these spirit emperors for a second but didn't bother giving them any attention. He then continued speaking to Patriarch Liang. According to what I was told, you're going after the Shi family mostly for their blood cleansing ceremony? If I told you that most of the blood is gone and that you won't be able to benefit from it, what will you do then? Patriarch Liang sneered. Do you really think I would give up on my ambitions because some brat is speaking nonsense? Even if that was the case, there is still plenty to benefit from conquering the Shi family. Yuan sighed. So there is nothing I can do to change your mind that doesn't result in the Azure Dragon family's destruction? Patriarch Liang's eyes widened with disbelief after hearing Yuan's words. The others also stopped laughing to stare at Yuan with deep frowns on their faces. Ahaha. Patriarch Liang suddenly burst out laughing. There must be something wrong with me today. To think I had been wary of you. His laughter halted suddenly, and he proceeded to glare at Yuan with intense killing intent. I don't care who you are or where you are from, but you won't get to leave this place alive. He turned to look at Meili and continued, I don't know why you decided to return with this nut job, but you have squandered what little freedom you had left, something that I was generous enough to grant you. Meili swallowed nervously, but she didn't say anything. Suddenly, another voice resounded. My. What do we have here? Yuan turned to look at the person who just spoke to see a handsome young man approaching them from a distance. It was Liang Xian, who had been absent from the courtyard this entire time. Meili, you must have had a change of heart to come back here so quickly. I knew you'd make the right choice. Don't worry, I will keep my promise and take care of you. Liang Xian spoke in a delighted tone, and on his face was a bright smile. Meili sneered in disdain, don't flatter yourself. Who's that? Yuan asked her. The person I came to this city to reject, she calmly said. I see. Yuan immediately understood the situation. Liang Xian stopped walking when he finally noticed Yuan. Huh? Who the hell are you? Liang Xian stared at Yuan with an unpleasant expression on his face. Even though Liang Xian didn't know Yuan, he immediately found Yuan's presence to be obnoxious and disliked him, mostly because he instinctively felt inferior to Yuan with just a glance. Yuan tried to speak but was quickly interrupted by Meili. He's my partner, my beloved, and my future husband. What? Liang Xian's eyes widened with shock after hearing her words. You heard me. He's the one whom I've dedicated my heart and body to, someone you can only dream of becoming. She Meili said in a provocative manner. After hearing such words, Liang Xian felt and heard something snap inside his head, and his eyes and face turned red. He then muttered in a low voice as his body trembled from intense anger, so he's the reason why you refused my proposal? Does that mean if I get rid of him, you might change your mind? However, before Meili could even respond, Liang Xian suddenly lunged forward, flying towards Yuan with his fangs showing. W8. Stay away from him. Patriarch Liang shouted when he saw this, but Liang Xian was too angry to hear him. Liang Xian arrived in front of Yuan in a split second. Die! Liang Xian roared as he swung his claw-like hands that had been reinforced with spiritual energy at Yuan. Meanwhile, Yuan doesn't even bother to look at Liang Xian as he flicks his arm at Liang Xian's face. Pap! Liang Xian was immediately sent flying to the other side of the courtyard like an arrow released from a bow, only stopping once he smacked into the stone wall, smashing a large hole into it. The result of their clash greatly startled everyone there, especially the soldiers and the spirit emperors, as they had expected a totally different outcome. C1206 Clashing with the Azure Dragon Family. Chapter 1206 Clashing with the Azure Dragon Family. 1206 Clashing with the Azure Dragon Family. Xianxia. Patriarch Liang felt his heart skip a beat after seeing his precious son fly and smash into a brick wall. He then rushed over to his son, ignoring the assailant. Xianxia. Are you okay? Patriarch Liang helped his son get off the floor. What just happened to me? Why does my mouth hurt so much? Liang Xian spoke while blood was still dripping from his mouth, seemingly in a daze. Blood? Why am I bleeding? Yuan had struck him so hard that he forgot what had transpired in the last few seconds. Patriarch Liang glared at Yuan and roared, "How dare you injure my son? I am going to kill you." Yuan shrugged and said in a somewhat sarcastic manner, "You probably won't believe me when I say this, but I was holding back really hard just now. Your son is a little more fragile than I expected. Sorry. You son of a bitch." Patriarch Liang looked like he was on the verge of pouncing at Yuan, but he was stopped by one of the spirit emperors there. Patriarch, there's no need for you to dirty your hands over a mere spirit king. Allow me to handle this bastard for you. What? Patriarch Liang had a dumbfounded look on his face for some reason. A mere spirit king? He turned to look at Yuan, and sure enough, Yuan was only a peak spirit king. Impossible. How did I not notice his cultivation until now? His immense presence must have overshadowed his cultivation so much that even I overlooked it. Indeed, Patriarch Liang was so distracted by Yuan's presence that he didn't notice Yuan's cultivation until now. If it was never mentioned, he would probably never notice it. Patriarch Liang felt humiliated because of this, but he wasn't the only one. The other two spirit sovereigns also hadn't noticed Yuan's cultivation until it was mentioned. Although it wasn't intentional, they felt Yuan had slapped them in the face. Wait. Another voice suddenly resounded, and it was Liang Xian, who had snapped out of his daze and finally realized his situation. I will take care of him. Don't you dare lay a single finger on him until I am finished with him, he said as he walked towards Yuan. Wait. You are injured. You cannot handle him in your state. Patriarch Liang exclaimed. He did not want to hurt his son's pride by telling him that Yuan was out of his league, which would hurt him more than any physical injury could. He only caught me off guard just now. I can deal with a weakling like him even if I am slightly injured. Liang Xian remained stubborn. Patriarch Liang gritted his teeth and glanced at the spirit emperors on standby, before speaking to them using divine sense. If things get dangerous for my son, kill that man. The spirit emperors silently nodded to his orders. You ready for a second round? Yuan asked Liang Xian as he got closer. I will make sure to hold back a little more this time. Shut the fuck up. Don't act so arrogantly after getting a single lucky hit on me. Liang Xian spat on the floor right in front of Yuan. Yuan merely shrugged before turning to look at Meili and asked, "Is it okay if I killed him?" "Why are you asking me?" Meili sighed. Then she said, "Actually, I want to kill him myself, so try to keep him alive if you can." Yuan smiled, "All right." He returned to Liang Xian, who was fuming from anger, and continued, "You're in luck. You get to live for a little longer because of her. I will fucking kill you." Liang Xian roared as he sprung forward like a tiger. A vicious glint flickered from Yuan's eyes. A chilling sensation suddenly assaulted Liang Xian's spine, almost as though his instincts were trying to warn him. Pap! The very next second, Liang Xian's figure could be seen flying towards the brick wall for a second time. However, unlike the first time, Liang Xian did not lose his memories and quickly stood back up with a humiliated look on his face. "I guess that was a lucky hit as well, huh?" Yuan said, provoking Liang Xian's emotions further. "I am going to skin you alive." Liang Xian roared as he began his transformation. Yuan then watched as Liang Xian's body and hair grew several inches. Shiny blue scales also started appearing over his skin, and his cultivation rose by a level. Although Yuan has seen several transformations by now, this is his first time seeing their body grow in size. His cultivation even rose by a level. Yuan thought to himself as he watched Liang Xian slowly and confidently approach him for a third time. "Now that I have transformed, you won't be able to touch a single strand of my hair." Liang Xian spoke in an oddly confident manner. "Be careful, Yuan. Different bloodlines have different advantages. The Azure Dragon family's advantage is their speed." Meili warned him. "Speed, huh? That's right. Us Azure Dragons are top 3 of all dragon bloodlines when it comes to our natural speed," Liang Xian pridefully announced. However, Liang Xian's eyes widened when Yuan suddenly disappeared from his view even though he didn't look away or blink his eyes. "Is that so?" A calm voice suddenly resounded behind Liang Xian, sending chills down his spine. "He's behind you, Xianer," Patriarch Xian exclaimed. Liang Xian immediately swung around, but before he could even catch a glimpse of Yuan's figure, intense pain permeated through his face, and before he realized, he was flying towards the brick wall again. What kind of movement technique was that? Even I could barely keep up with him. Patriarch Liang exclaimed inwardly after witnessing Yuan's profound movement technique. Meanwhile, Yuan was also surprised by how fast he could move. Feng Feng's movement technique is truly mythical. Is it because of my transformation? I feel as though I could understand it with much more ease, which is weird, considering that it's a movement technique meant for phoenixes. Enough of this. Get rid of him already. Patriarch Liang suddenly shouted as he glared at the spirit emperors around him. Yes. They immediately responded before quickly surrounding Yuan. Now this is a little more interesting. Yuan calmly smiled at them. Chapter 1207. Published at 19th of September 2023 11:40 and 14 seconds AM. Chapter 1207. Chapter 1207 Clashing with the Azure Dragon Family. 2. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1207 Clashing with the Azure Dragon Family. 2. 1207 Clashing with the Azure Dragon Family. 2. So, are you guys going to come at me together? Yuan calmly asked the 19 spirit emperors that encircled him. If it were any other spirit king in his shoes right now, they'd be pissing their pants and on the floor begging for their life. Forget 19, they wouldn't dare to go against a single spirit emperor. However, Yuan faced these 19 experts with complete tranquility, which made these experts question whether they were really looking at a young spirit king or not. We'd be laughingstocks for the rest of our lives if word gets out that we needed 19 spirit emperors to handle a single spirit king. One of the spirit emperors spoke in a cold voice. Let me take care of this arrogant bastard who doesn't know his place. One of them suddenly stepped forward with a smirk on his face. Yuan looked at him and said, "Are you sure? I'd rather live my life as a laughingstock, since I will still have my life at the very least." The spirit emperors frowned upon hearing his words, and they wondered where he was getting his confidence from. Does he have some kind of powerful artifact? He's all yours, Chen Mao. Make sure you tear him to shreds. I won't disappoint you. Chen Mao, who was the first to volunteer, smiled. Yuan turned to look at Meili and asked her in a loud and conspicuous voice, "Can I kill them?" "Of course." Meili nodded. Patriarch Liang suddenly sucked his teeth and pointed at the soldiers. "How long are you useless things going to stand there? Hurry up and capture that woman. I want her alive." The thousands of soldiers finally snapped out of their daze and shouted, "As you command." They quickly surrounded Meili, who immediately went into a defensive position. Seeing this, Yuan asked her, "Are you going to be okay by yourself for a while? Or do you want me to take care of them first? You are in no position to worry about others right now." Chen Mao shouted as he jumped at Yuan with claw-like hands. However, without even looking at his opponent, Yuan casually flicked his sleeve. A weird noise resounded immediately after, and Chen Mao's headless body fell to the ground. Those who witnessed what had just happened subconsciously took several steps back, their eyes widened with shock and terror. Yuan had slapped Chen Mao so hard that his entire head popped like a balloon, and one unlucky spirit emperor's was smeared with blood and brains. Meili swallowed nervously before responding to Yuan's question. "It might be annoying to deal with this many people at once, but I will be fine." Yuan silently nodded and didn't say anything else to her. Once he was paying attention to the spirit emperors again, he said, "So, are you guys going to come at me at once, or do I need to slowly kill you lot one by one?" The spirit emperors were enraged by his words, but they were also terrified by him after seeing Chen Mao's death. Although none of them wanted to admit it, they did not dare to face Yuan by themselves. Since he's begging for it, let's quickly get rid of him together," someone finally said. Unsurprisingly, nobody refused his proposal. The Yutin spirit emperors then scattered further away from Yuan by taking flight into the sky while still making sure that they surrounded him. Yuan did not do anything and silently watched their next actions. Once they were prepared, the spirit emperors began barraging Yuan with powerful martial techniques. Due to their fear of Yuan, these spirit emperors subconsciously used their full strength from the start. Each of these martial techniques were strong enough to obliterate a peak spirit king 100 times and erase multiple mountains, and there were 18 of them going off at once, which was powerful enough to violently shake the entire city. The dust and smoke caused by these techniques reached the heavens, which shocked and alarmed every individual within the city. As a result of their attack, Meili and the soldiers were sent flying away before they could even do anything. The attack was so powerful and sudden that it caught even Patriarch Liang and the other two spirit sovereigns off guard. "You fucking idiots! Are you trying to kill a single spirit king or destroy my city?" Patriarch Liang immediately screamed at the spirit emperors out of anger. It was at this moment the spirit emperors realized that they had screwed up. Their faces flushed with redness when they also realized that they had feared a spirit king to the point of losing control over their power. However, they quickly justified it with Yuan's abnormal strength that killed a spirit emperor with a single slap. "Fuck. No matter what happens, we will be laughingstocks once news of this spreads," the spirit emperors cried inwardly. However, at least the fear and anxiousness in their heart was no longer there with Yuan's death. But then, they heard a familiar voice, one that should no longer exist in this world, and this caused their faces to pale, their hearts to beat violently, their expressions to freeze, and their bodies to pour out sweat. "I have to agree with your patriarch. That was dangerous, not for me, but for my friend and the citizens of this city. If I hadn't weakened the spiritual energy at the very last second, you lots would have injured my friend and blown up this entire city." The spirit emperors slowly turned their heads to look at the cloud of dust that was quickly clearing up, their faces looking as though they were looking at a ghost. Once most of the dust had settled, they could see a massive hole at the center of the courtyard, and hovering right above this hole was Yuan, who looked completely unharmed, almost as though he appeared in his spot after the attacks. Impossible. All of the Spirit Emperors exclaimed simultaneously after confirming Yuan's presence with their own eyes, yet they still looked to be in disbelief. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1208. Published at 19th of September 2023 11:40 and 12 seconds AM. Chapter 1208. Chapter 1208 Clashing with the Azure Dragon Family. 3. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1208 Clashing with the Azure Dragon Family. 3. 1208 Clashing with the Azure Dragon Family. 3. Impossible. There's no way he's still alive. The Spirit Emperors became pale-faced when they realized that Yuan was still alive. After all, not even a Spirit Emperor such as Patriarch Liang would be able to get away unscathed from such a powerful combined attack. He must have used a powerful spiritual treasure. That must be it. And I doubt such a powerful spiritual treasure can be used again. After convincing themselves that Yuan had only survived because of a spiritual treasure, they prepared to attack him again. However, Yuan did not plan on standing still this time, as he had a feeling that these Spirit Emperors would do something reckless again. As the Spirit Emperors spread out, Yuan used his movement technique to instantly close his distance from them. When Yuan suddenly appeared in front of one of them like a ghost, the targeted Spirit Emperor felt his heart jump so hard that it nearly leaped out of his chest. A vicious glint flickered within Yuan's eyes, and before the Spirit Emperor could finish a single word, Yuan slapped him so hard his head twisted off his body before flying out of the courtyard. As the Spirit Emperor's headless body fell to the ground, Yuan moved to the next target. "You bastard!" The man swung his sword at Yuan. However, to his surprise, Yuan did not bother to block his attack. Thus, his attack landed on Yuan's body without any issues. However, despite using all of his strength, the man immediately realized that his sword could not penetrate Yuan's skin, let alone cut him. "Did you forget to sharpen your sword?" Yuan cracked a joke with the man before chopping off his head with a swift arm swing. The other Spirit Emperors were terrified by what they were witnessing. How can a single Spirit King kill 3 Spirit Emperors with seemingly zero effort? That did not make sense unless Yuan was hiding his cultivation base, but the Spirit Sovereigns would have noticed if that were the case. Furthermore, nobody there recognized Yuan, and they had never seen him until today. Do not panic. No matter what kind of trick he has up his sleeves, he won't be able to use them forever. Let's cover each other and deal with him together. The strongest Spirit Emperor there shouted at the others. Hearing such words, the Spirit Emperors quickly snapped out of their daze and came together, forming a defensive formation. If people learned that 16 Spirit Emperors had formed a defensive formation against a single Spirit King, the entire world would laugh at them, but these Spirit Emperors could care less about their pride at this moment, when their lives were hanging by the edge. Meanwhile, Patriarch Liang and the other 2 Spirit Sovereigns had deep frowns on their faces as they wondered what kind of monster they were facing. They were certain that Yuan wasn't hiding his cultivation base, yet the things he was doing said otherwise. Fuck. Where the hell did this bastard come from? We have spied on the Shi family and gathered every little information that we could possibly on them for hundreds of thousands of years. There's no way that he's managed to remain hidden for that long. Patriarch Liang gritted his teeth in frustration. The Azure Dragon family has been gathering information for many generations, yet they have never heard of someone like Yuan. Unless he remained in hiding without showing even the slightest of presence for that long, there was simply no possible way that someone as profound as him could evade their eyes. For a brief moment, Patriarch Liang wondered if their world was no longer secluded and that Yuan came from the outside world, but that seemed even less likely. No. Wait. There were rumors of a human appearing in the ancient dragon city about a year ago. No. That's not possible. Although Xianxia tried his best to keep Yuan's existence a secret, it was simply impossible to do so perfectly, especially after the spectacle that happened during the Dragon Awakening ritual. Not to mention Yuan showing up at the Dragon Ancestral Temple and beating up multiple renowned warriors. It was inevitable that Yuan's existence would not remain a secret. However, because the rumors were so ridiculous, Patriarch Liang immediately treated such information as nonsense and no longer bothered with it. Once the Spirit Emperors were in formation, Yuan turned to look at the Patriarch Sovereign and spoke in a calm voice. "Hey, are you really okay with all of your soldiers dying to me? If you don't want them to die a pointless death, you should face me yourself, alongside the other two Spirit Sovereigns." Hearing such words, Patriarch Liang sneered in disdain. "Don't be so full of yourself just because you managed to kill a few of my soldiers using some hidden spiritual treasure. If you can still talk so arrogantly after using up all of your tricks, I will be your opponent. Until then, you can have fun with my soldiers." In the end, Patriarch Liang still believed that Yuan was using some kind of trick to defeat the three Spirit Emperors. Yuan sighed as he turned to look at the Spirit Emperors. "You heard him. It's unfortunate, but you have been abandoned." The Spirit Emperors gritted their teeth in anger, but not because Patriarch Liang abandoned them. "Let's show this fucker that he can only go so far using tricks." Grand Dragon Formation, Advance. The 16 Spirit Emperors began advancing towards Yuan while remaining grouped together, leaving 0 openings in their formation. Seeing this, Yuan retrieved his Empyrean Overlord and took a deep breath. When the Spirit Emperors saw Yuan holding the sword, they could immediately feel an overwhelming sense of dread, almost as if they could already sense that their death was near. "Don't stop. He won't be able to harm us as long as we stay in formation," the leader of the group shouted. Their aura intensified, causing the air around them to tremble. However, Yuan ignored all that and casually swung his sword at them. A chilling sword light flashed before the group's eyes, and before they realized, their entire formation had been destroyed in the blink of an eye, with everyone inside the formation severed in half. "I'm Poas Si." A dying mumble filled with disbelief resounded before dead silence filled the area. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1209. Published at 19th of September 2023 11:40 and 11 seconds AM. Chapter 1209. Chapter 1209, Clashing with the Azure Dragon Family. 4. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1209, Clashing with the Azure Dragon Family. 4. 1209, Clashing with the Azure Dragon Family. 4. After the blast that had sent everyone flying, Meili quickly stabilized herself before turning to look at the massive smoke, her eyes filled with worry. Yuan. She silently prayed to the Dragon God for his safety. But then she realized that she could use her divine sense, and sure enough, she could sense Yuan's presence. This meant that he was still alive, at the very least. As for the Spirit Emperors and the Spirit Sovereigns, they were so certain that Yuan had turned into atoms from the attack that they didn't even think for a second that he could still be alive. Once Meili confirmed that Yuan was still alive, she turned her attention to the soldiers that were still struggling to stand up from the explosion. The majority of these soldiers were between Spirit Grandmaster and Spirit King, so they were not able to withstand the force, unlike Meili, who was a Spirit Emperor. When Meili saw the opportunity, she did not let it go to waste and immediately rushed toward the large group of soldiers with a focused look on her face. "Ah! Get on your feet. We're being attacked." Horrified screams immediately resounded as Meili wreaked havoc within the enemy lines, her punches strong enough to obliterate her target, causing their bodies to explode violently. "Surround her. Attack her from all sides." One of the Spirit Kings commanded the others from the back, his face full of sweat. But alas, no matter how many Spirit Grandmasters or Spirit Kings they threw at Meili, they would all perish before her bloodied fists. This is what normally happens when a Spirit King fights with a Spirit Emperor. They simply cannot overcome the difference in their strength. Therefore, it was no wonder the Spirit Emperors all looked down on Yuan, as it was simple logic that a Spirit King cannot defy a Spirit Emperor with the assistance of some godly spiritual treasure. Within moments, before Yuan even emerged from the smoke, dozens of Azure Dragon family soldiers perished. By the time Yuan revealed his presence again, Meili had killed 100 soldiers. Patriarch Liang and the other two spirit sovereigns were too focused on Yuan's battle with the spirit emperor, so much so that they forgot about Meili and were unaware of her slaughtering. A few minutes later, Yuan killed all 16 spirit emperors with a single swing of his sword. When the soldiers saw this, they almost lost all of their courage and desire to fight, even though they still had 3 spirit sovereigns on their side. Meili was too focused on slaughtering the soldiers, so she didn't notice it at first, but when she saw the terrified and shocked expressions on the soldiers' faces in the back, she subconsciously turned to look behind her, where those soldiers were looking at. She was puzzled at first when she couldn't see any of the spirit emperors while Yuan was hovering in the air by himself, but when she noticed the mutilated bodies on the ground beneath Yuan, her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets from shock. Although Meili wasn't worried that Yuan wouldn't be able to defeat the spirit emperors since he's managed to defeat even her mother, she truly did not expect him to deal with the spirit emperors so quickly and effortlessly. "Why, you bastard! How dare you kill all of my generals? I will make you pay." Patriarch Liang suddenly roared with anger, his flushed face nearly releasing smoke. Even if he's managed to take over the Shi family, losing 19 spirit emperors was a huge blow for his Azure Dragon family, as it took them countless resources and time to cultivate those spirit emperors. Yuan turned to look at Patriarch Liang with a nonchalant expression, and he spoke, "Do you even have the right to be angry? You also can't say that I didn't warn you. If you'd come to face me yourself, they wouldn't have lost their lives so pointlessly." After a slight pause, he continued, "Actually, they would have still died, since this is war, after all. Though, at least you wouldn't have had to watch them die." Patriarch Liang suddenly released a loud roar, causing the entire place to tremble. "You'll regret running your mouth." Patriarch Liang then flew at Yuan with a thick spear in his grasp. The other two spirit sovereigns looked at each other as they wondered what they should do. It was at this moment that they noticed the mayhem happening not far away, where Meili was still slaughtering the soldiers. One of them frowned and said to the other, "Go take care of that woman before she kills all of our soldiers. I'll watch over the Patriarch to make sure nothing happens to him. Make sure you don't kill her. The young master will be really angry since he desperately yearns for her." "Sure." The spirit sovereign then went over to Meili to confront her. Yuan noticed this, but he didn't immediately act. "How dare you look away while facing me?" Patriarch Liang shouted as he lunged his spear at Yuan. Clang! Yuan effortlessly blocked the attack with his sword and said, "The 3 of you should have attacked me together instead of splitting up. You'd have a higher chance of landing a hit on me, too. A mere spirit king." Patriarch Liang's aura exploded, and his assault became even more aggressive and powerful. However, no matter how much Patriarch Liang lunged his spear at Yuan, he couldn't land a single hit on Yuan, and he didn't know why. "Why am I struggling so much to hit this bastard, who's moving slower than me, and is only defending?" Patriarch Liang truly couldn't comprehend it. "Is this all you've got? If so, I'll end it right away, as I am falling asleep from boredom right now," Yuan suddenly said in a nonchalant voice. "Shut your damn mouth already." Patriarch Liang released another roar, and his body started to transform the very next moment. His body grew bigger, his hair grew longer, and his aura skyrocketed. As for his cultivation, it rose from 3rd level spirit sovereign to 5th level spirit sovereign. "Die, you bastard." Patriarch Liang swung his spear, which was engulfed in some sort of azure-colored aura, at Yuan. Clang! For the first time, Yuan was pushed back by Patriarch Liang's spear. "How dare you look away while facing me?" Patriarch Liang shouted as he, however, for some reason, Yuan still had the same bored expression on his face. This infuriated Patriarch Liang, who was on the verge of losing his mind now. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1210 Dragon's Soul Awakening. Chapter 1210 Dragon's Soul Awakening. 1210 Dragon's Soul Awakening. That bastard is really fighting on equal footing with the Patriarch, who is already transformed. No, he might even be ahead. Is he actually an unknown expert with a hidden cultivation? Where did someone like him come from? The spirit sovereign, watching from a distance, wondered inwardly, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread. At this rate, he will have to join Patriarch Liang and fight this monster of unknown origin together. Meanwhile, the other spirit sovereign that went to stop Meili's slaughtering appeared in front of her like a ghost right as she was a split second away from taking another soldier's life, blocking her strike. Meili was so absorbed in her slaughtering that she didn't notice the spirit sovereign's presence until he appeared in front of her. Once she realized this, she quickly distanced herself from him and became defensive. Why don't you be a good little dragon and stay down? I don't want to hurt you, even though you've already killed hundreds of my men. After all, the young master wouldn't want to see any bruises on your body later. The spirit sovereign said to her with a cold expression on his face. Meili smiled and said, then you don't have to worry, since he won't ever get such a chance. The spirit sovereign sighed before speaking again. Do you really want to fight me? Unlike that monster over there, you don't have what it takes. I am more than enough for someone like you. Luckily for me, you are the weakest of the three. The spirit sovereign's eyebrows twitched after hearing Meili's words. Indeed, he was the weakest of the three spirit sovereigns in terms of prowess, and that has always been his biggest insecurity, so he immediately flew into a rage after being reminded of it. The spirit sovereign then spoke while gritting his teeth. Now that I think about it, we have plenty of effective medicine, so it won't matter even if I break all of the bones in your body. The spirit sovereign's aura exploded after saying that, and he flew towards Meili with his hands tightly grasped into fists. Meili didn't hesitate to release all of her cultivation before clashing with him. Although Meili was not as monstrous as Yuan, she was capable of holding her own against a spirit sovereign as a spirit emperor. In terms of talent, she has the highest potential in her family, even though she rarely cultivates due to their peaceful environment. If Mingza hadn't encouraged and basically forced Meili to train with her, she wouldn't be anywhere as strong as she is today. Whoosh! The soldiers around them were blown away by the impact of their exchanges once they began fighting. Che! I guess her royal bloodline isn't just for show. The spirit sovereign was surprised to see Meili holding her own against him. Meanwhile, Yuan was in the middle of fighting Patriarch Liang, and he noticed what was going on with Meili, but since she didn't appear to be in any imminent danger, he didn't intervene. This fucking bastard. I cannot go all out on him because I will destroy my city along with him. Patriarch Liang's frustration grew as he continued to fight Yuan. Since they were still in the middle of his city, he couldn't use any destructive techniques to deal with Yuan. Thus, he started to think of ways to bring Yuan out of the city, where he could unleash his full strength. However, since he couldn't even manage to push Yuan back, he couldn't imagine how he'd force Yuan out of the city. Eventually, he found a solution to his dilemma. While he may not be able to force Yuan outside the city, he could easily force Meili outside, and he gambled that Yuan would follow her outside on his own accord. Thus, Patriarch Liang immediately spoke to the spirit sovereign that was fighting with her through divine sense. Bring Meili outside the city as soon as possible. Although the spirit sovereign didn't know Patriarch Liang's intentions at first, he didn't question it and used a technique that released a powerful blast of wind at Meili. What the? Meili was caught off guard by this random technique and was sent flying out of the courtyard before stabilizing herself. However, the spirit sovereign would use the technique again before she could fully stabilize herself, sending her flying again. Are you messing with me? Meili shouted at him in an annoyed voice, as she also had no clue what was going on. But alas, she was sent flying again for a third time without receiving any answers. Meili was incredibly frustrated by now. Even though the wind wasn't injuring her, it was not something she could really fight back with her inferior cultivation. Naturally, Yuan noticed this, and he said to Patriarch Liang after understanding the situation, if you wanted to fight me in a different location, you could have just asked, since I wouldn't have refused. After all, I wouldn't want anyone innocent getting hurt. And without saying anything else, Yuan flew in the direction that Meili was sent flying towards. By the time he caught up with her, Meili was already many miles away from the city. I swear. I will kill you. Meili roared in anger as she tried to fix her messy hair. Are you okay? Yuan appeared beside her shortly after. Yes, they wanted to bring us outside the city, where they can fight us with all of their strength and not destroy their city, Yuan explained to her. Everything made sense to Meili after hearing this, but she was still upset that she was sent flying in such a manner. Eventually, Patriarch Liang and his army appeared before Yuan and Meili again. Now that you can use your full strength, you no longer have any excuses left as to why you cannot defeat me, Yuan said to Patriarch Liang with a provoking smile on his face. You won't be arrogant for much longer, you little bastard. Patriarch Liang sneered. He turned to look at the spirit sovereign that had been fighting Meili and said to him, General Zheng, you will handle Meili. I will handle that annoying bastard. General Wan, you will march the army towards the ancient dragon city, where the Emerald Dragon family will be waiting for us. General Wan had a surprised look on his face, and he proceeded to express his concerns. My lord, shouldn't I stay here with you just in case anything happens to you? However, Patriarch Liang immediately frowned at him and spoke in a low but cold voice. Are you implying that I won't be able to defeat him and will need your help? And my apologies, Lord Liang. That wasn't my intention. I will lead the army and work with the Emerald Dragon family until your arrival. Then get out of here. We will regroup with you once we are done here. It won't take long. General Wan then left the scene, taking with him thousands of soldiers. Shouldn't we at least try to stop them? Meili turned to ask Yuan as General Wan left with the soldiers. Don't worry, I don't intend on letting them reach the city. We'll be done here before they can go anywhere. Yuan said as he readied his Empyrean overlord. Meili nodded, and she retrieved a golden spear from her spatial ring. Mother lent this to me as a good luck charm. I didn't think I would be using it. Meili mumbled as she caressed her family's heirloom, the dragon's soul. Yuan glanced at the dragon's soul, and for some reason, he could feel a weird sensation coming from it, almost as though it was trying to communicate with him. Unfortunately, he did not have the time to ponder, as Patriarch Liang and General Zheng began their attack the next moment. Boom! When Patriarch Liang and Yuan clashed with each other, a powerful ripple swept the area. Patriarch Liang's prowess had increased exponentially now that he no longer has to worry about destroying his city. You should have never stuck your nose in our business, you nobody. Now, you will die for it. Patriarch Liang said to Yuan after pushing him back multiple times during their clashes. And you should have never threatened the Shi family, Yuan calmly said, and his aura suddenly spiked. What? Patriarch Liang was startled, even shocked by Yuan's sudden domineering aura that was multiple times stronger than just seconds ago. Meanwhile, the dragon's soul in Meili's grasp began trembling when it sensed Yuan's aura. What is going on? Meili looked at her spear with a bewildered expression, as she has never seen the dragon's soul acting in such a manner before. C1211 Patriarch Liang's Trump Card. Chapter 1211 Patriarch Liang's Trump Card. 1211 Patriarch Liang's Trump Card. What's happening to the dragon's soul? I have never seen it acting like this before. Meili silently stared at the spear in her grasp with a bewildered expression on her face. As far as she was aware, the dragon's soul has never bonded with anyone within her family. She has always wondered why the dragon's soul was in her family's possession even though nobody could use it. The dragon's soul has remained asleep for countless years. It isn't a coincidence that it's showing signs of awakening now. A certain face appeared inside her mind, but before she could really think about it, she was disturbed by General Zheng. Did you already forget about me? General Zheng roared as he swung his halberd at Meili, who quickly reacted by lifting the dragon's soul to block the incoming attack. Clang! Meili was sent flying back by the immense force coming from the strike, and she could even feel a numbing sensation in her hands afterward. Unfortunately, I do not have the time to play with you anymore. General Zheng said, his aura slowly increasing as he began his transformation. "Since you seem to be in a hurry, I will do you a favor and kill you soon," Meili said, and the atmosphere around her suddenly changed. Her hair grew slightly longer, her golden eyes began glowing, and golden scales began appearing on her body. General Zheng snickered at her transformation. "Is that all your transformation can achieve? Besides looking a little different, you don't seem any stronger." Meili didn't say anything and readied her spear. When they clashed again a moment later, General Zheng's eyes widened when he felt the overwhelming strength behind Meili's strike and was pushed back several steps. Although she doesn't look any stronger and her cultivation remains the same, she's actually several times stronger than before her transformation. After coming to this realization, General Zheng stopped underestimating Meili and began taking her seriously. Meanwhile, several miles away, Patriarch Liang was experiencing a situation that he never even dreamed of being possible. "What's wrong? You haven't opened your mouth in a while now." Yuan's voice resounded as Patriarch Liang held a panicked expression on his face. Patriarch Liang gritted his teeth, but no words came out. "You were acting so high and mighty not long ago, too." Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared before Patriarch Liang's eyes. Half a second later, Patriarch Liang could sense a presence behind him, awakening his goosebumps. "He's behind me." Patriarch Liang immediately twisted his body to turn around while swinging his weapon in motion. Clang! A powerful ripple was created as Patriarch Liang's weapon flew into Yuan's Empyrean Overlord at full force. However, Yuan did not budge a single inch despite Patriarch Liang using his full strength. Humph! Yuan released a low snort before swinging his arm. The very next moment, Patriarch Liang's body was sent flying into the distance like a ragdoll being tossed across the street. After stabilizing himself with much effort, Patriarch Liang did not look surprised by what had just happened, as he had been tossed several times by now. Instead of surprise, Patriarch Liang had a terrified expression on his face, looking like someone who could not find a way out of their trouble. Impossible. Why is he so strong? If he's using a spiritual treasure, there's no way something so powerful could last this long. He must be an expert in disguise. But how come we have never heard of him before? Just where the fuck have you been hiding all this time? And why are you showing yourself now? Patriarch Liang subconsciously shouted out what was inside his mind. Does any of that really matter? Yuan calmly responded. Fuck. Patriarch Liang suddenly tilted his head and released a deafening roar that caused the air to tremble. When he looked at Yuan again, his eyes were bloodshot and desperate. "This is my trump card, and I was saving this treasure for the Shi family, but you are clearly a bigger threat than them as a whole." Patriarch Liang muttered as he reached inside his spatial ring to bring out what appeared to be a single piece of golden scale. Yuan raised an eyebrow after seeing the scale. He has no idea what he was looking at and why Patriarch Liang brought it out. "Do you know what this is?" Patriarch Liang held the scale in front of him as he asked Yuan. "Should I?" Yuan asked. Patriarch Liang showed a wide smirk on his face as he spoke. "You probably know that there are two dragons that are accepted as dragon gods by the dragon race. The Great One and the Dragon Ancestor. However, what if I told you that there actually existed a third dragon, a dragon god that surpassed the other two?" Oh. Yuan's interest was immediately piqued by such words. This third dragon god also had a supreme bloodline, but it was somehow incomparably stronger than the other two with a similar bloodline. If this dragon god hadn't disappeared into thin air, it would be ruling the entire dragon race by now, I'm sure of it. Patriarch Liang had a look of deep admiration as he spoke of this third dragon god, almost as though he was speaking of his own ancestor. And this scale. This scale right here belongs to that third dragon god. Even though it is only a tiny portion of a single piece of scale, it contains enough power to obliterate any dragon that is below the realm of divinity. You may be strong, perhaps even at the cultivation level of spirit enlightenment, but you definitely haven't reached the divine realm yet. However, I will give you one last chance. Come work for me and I will spare your life. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke in a sarcastic tone. I appreciate such a generous offer, but I very much would like to see what that scale can do, so I will have to refuse your offer. Patriarch Liang sneered in disdain. Then you can die for me. He then clenched the golden scale and poured his spiritual energy into it, causing it to emit a bright and mythical light that filled the area with a rainbow-colored aurora. C1212 the Third Dragon God. Chapter 1212 The Third Dragon God. 1212 The Third Dragon God. After pouring almost all of his spiritual energy into the fragment of dragon scale, Patriarch Liang roared with excitement, "Come forth and show this lowly dog your unfathomable prowess, Dragon God." The fragment of dragon scale shattered in Patriarch Liang's grasp, releasing a powerful ripple that swept through the entire realm, and alerted every expert in the world. The ripple also carried with it an ancient roar that vibrated the heart and soul of every individual that heard it, causing their blood to boil in excitement, almost as though they were reacting to it. Did you feel that? Xianxia had a shocked expression on his face as he turned to look at Mingzi, who also looked extremely baffled. I felt it. What the hell was that? Mingzi swallowed nervously. It came from the direction of. They both turned to look in the direction of Azure Dragon City. I hope they aren't involved. Xianxia rubbed his eyes in a stressful manner as he sighed. Yet I have a feeling that something unprecedented is happening over there. If you are that worried, why don't you go there and check up on them? Mingzi said. You want me to show up unannounced in another city? I don't want any trouble with the Azure Dragon family since we have been at peace for countless years now. I don't understand why you like them. If you ask me, I think there's something weird about them. Mingzi shook her head. I never said I like them, but they haven't given me a reason to dislike them. That's more than enough for me. Anyways, regardless if the two of them are involved or not, I am going to investigate the source of the ripple. I have a bad feeling about this. Mingzi then said, I will go with you. Whatever caused that ripple isn't something you can handle by yourself. Frankly speaking, it terrified me for a second, and I have never experienced such fear before. Mingzi noticed that Xianxia's body was trembling slightly, but she couldn't blame him. Meanwhile, the majority of the people living in that realm were shaking in fear. Back at the location where the ripple originated from, Meili and General Zhang had temporarily stopped their fight to watch the spectacle before them. What is that? Meili muttered in a dazed voice as a majestic and massive dragon made of light hovered in the air, surrounding Yuan and Patriarch Liang. This dragon had a transparent body and scales, and it looked like an illusion that was only half completed. However, despite that, it had a very real aura that was unlike anything Meili have felt before. It was domineering and unfathomably deep, so deep that Meili feared it might consume her if she tried to peek into its power. As for Yuan, he seemed surprised by how much power was contained within such a small fragment of a scale, but it wasn't enough to scare him, as he has encountered people that could rival, even surpass its aura. If such power is contained within a fragment of a scale, just how powerful is the dragon as a whole? Now that would be terrifying. Yuan thought to himself as he gazed upon the dragon with a calm face. Ha ha ha. Are you so scared that you don't even know how to react? This is what you get for messing with me, with my Azure family. Patriarch Liang laughed like a maniac, his arms spread out with joy as he basked in the dragon's aura. Unfortunately, it's too late to beg for your life now. Patriarch Liang pointed at Yuan and roared, swallow this ant, almighty Dragon God. The Dragon God released a deafening roar that shook the world before flying towards Yuan with its mouth wide open. Yuan raised his Empyrean overlord and prepared to meet the Dragon God head-on. However, Yuan suddenly lowered his sword with a weird look on his face. Yuan? What are you doing? How can you give up without a fight? Meili cried out loud after seeing his actions, as she thought that he had given up before the Dragon God's prowess. Ha ha ha. It's only natural. Not even heaven would have the courage to face the Dragon God, much less a little dragon. Patriarch Liang laughed out loud. Yuan. Meili suddenly raised an eyebrow when she noticed Yuan's eyes that were devoid of fear. In fact, he did not look like someone who had given up. I don't know what this feeling in my body is, but I do know that it's telling me to not fight the Dragon God. Yuan thought inwardly as he waited for the Dragon God to reach him. Sure enough, once the Dragon God reached Yuan, it stopped moving right in front of him. The unexpected turn of events baffled Patriarch Liang, who was completely speechless by what was happening. What's going on? Why did the Dragon God stop? Patriarch Liang has no idea what was happening. In fact, he has never used the scale before until today, so he only assumed it was a spiritual treasure, a weapon of mass destruction due to the amount of spiritual energy contained within. Unbeknownst to him and everyone there, the scale was not a weapon, and Patriarch Liang only had one thing right about it, that it belonged to the third Dragon God. What are you doing? Kill that bastard. Patriarch Liang roared at the Dragon God when he ran out of patience. Eventually, the Dragon God began moving again, ramming straight at Yuan. Yes. Patriarch Liang clenched his jaw and fists when he saw this, but what happened next caused his eyes to pop out of their sockets. Instead of destroying Yuan like Patriarch Liang had hoped and imagined, the Dragon God entered Yuan's body and disappeared within. After consuming the Dragon God, Yuan could feel something change inside his body. As for the specifications, he did not know what had changed. What? Dragon Goddess? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise after learning this information through the system. He definitely did not expect the third Dragon God to be female. C1213 Asking for Mercy. Chapter 1213 Asking for Mercy. 1213 Asking for Mercy. After consuming Dragon Goddess Yu's memories, images immediately began flashing inside Yuan's head. These images were clearly the Dragon Goddess memories, but Yuan did not have the time to indulge himself in her memories at this moment. What did you do just now? Patriarch Liang roared in a terrified and confused tone, his expression looking as though he just witnessed a ghost. Yuan looked at him with a nonchalant gaze and asked, "Where did you acquire that scale?" "If you tell me, I will tell you what I did." Patriarch Liang gritted his teeth. As much as he didn't want to answer Yuan, he wanted to know what had happened, so he reluctantly answered, "It was passed down by my ancestors, and I was told that they had it before coming to this world. That's all I really know about it." This made Yuan wonder if the Azure Dragon family has any relations with the Dragon Goddess, or if they simply found the scale by chance. Regardless, he does not have any intentions to spare Patriarch Liang or the Azure Dragon family for threatening the Shi family. "I see." Yuan calmly mumbled before readying the Empyrean Overlord. When Patriarch Liang saw this, his body immediately tensed. "Wait. You said that you'd tell me what you did to the Dragon God if I told you how I acquired it." "I consumed it." Yuan casually responded before flying towards Patriarch Liang with killing intent in his eyes. Patriarch Liang could feel all of his scales rising. Although there were no changes to Yuan's aura after he consumed the Dragon Goddess memories, there was a slight difference in his atmosphere. He felt colder and more vicious to Patriarch Liang, who was in full panic mode now that his trump card did nothing to stop Yuan. "Wait. Let's talk about this." Patriarch Liang pleaded as Yuan reached him. However, Yuan ignored his pleas and tossed Patriarch Liang's body around like a sandbag. After several moments of humiliation, Yuan stopped messing around and sliced off one of Patriarch Liang's arms. Patriarch Liang released a loud and painful roar that traveled miles. "My lord." General Zheng halted his fight with Meili after hearing the scream. "You are in no position to look away." Meili became more aggressive after seeing Yuan dominate Patriarch Liang, her motivation soaring toward the sky even though she was losing slightly just moments ago. "Get off me. I have no time to play with you anymore." General Zheng roared as he unleashed all of his spiritual energy at Meili, as he no longer cared if he killed her or not. Meili tried her best to resist the spiritual energy, but she could only block 90% before she was sent flying by the rest of the spiritual energy. Meanwhile, General Zheng flew toward Yuan and Patriarch Liang's direction. "Where do you think you are going?" Meili quickly stabilized herself before chasing after General Zheng, who was slightly faster than her. Some distance away, Yuan tossed Patriarch Liang around a few more times before severing his second arm. Patriarch Liang knew that he had no chance of defeating Yuan at this point and gave up entirely. After getting his second arm severed, Patriarch Liang kneeled on the ground with an oddly tranquil look on his face. "What are you doing? You know I won't forgive you even if you kowtow for forgiveness." Yuan asked as he stood before Patriarch Liang. "I am not asking for forgiveness. I am asking for mercy." Patriarch Liang calmly responded. "I will stop struggling and give you my life. However, before you kill me, I want you to know that the majority of my children are not aware of my ambitions, and they are completely innocent. If you still insist on slaughtering my family after this, just know that you are killing people whose only crime is being part of my family." Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly after hearing this, and he calmly responded, "I have no intentions of going after your family. I will leave their fate in the Shi family's hands, and am sure the Shi family will thoroughly investigate everything, too." Patriarch Liang released a sigh of relief after hearing Yuan's response, and he calmly closed his eyes, silently awaiting his death. "Don't you dare lay your filthy hands on him." General Zheng's voice resounded as he finally reached their location. However, almost as though he couldn't hear General Zheng, Yuan swung his sword without hesitation, decapitating Patriarch Liang in a swift motion. "My lord!" General Zheng roared, and as he arrived before Yuan with bloodshot eyes, he unleashed every ounce of spiritual energy inside his body at Yuan. Yuan didn't say anything and merely glanced at General Zheng before casually throwing a single fist at him. Yuan's seemingly indestructible fist tore through General Zheng's spiritual energy like it was nothing before smashing him straight in the face. Pop! General Zheng's head exploded like a balloon, and his headless body collapsed right beside Patriarch Liang's body. Meili came to a slow halt as she stared at Yuan with wide eyes. She knew that Yuan was unfathomably powerful, but she didn't think that he was so powerful that he could kill two spirit sovereigns in the blink of an eye. After snapping out of her daze, she nervously approached him. "Are you okay, Yuan?" she asked him in a low voice. The cold expression on Yuan's face immediately softened, and he turned to look at her with a warm smile. "I'm fine. What about you? Are you hurt?" "Just some scratches. I'll be fine," Meili said with a stiff smile. Although her body looked perfectly fine on the outside, she had some internal injuries such as broken bones, but it wasn't anything life-threatening, and such injuries will easily heal for a divine beast like her. Yuan knew this, and when Meili saw his look, she quickly said, "Don't worry, I am really fine. Anyways, we are not finished yet, since the Azure Dragon family's army is still marching towards our city, not to mention the Emerald Dragon family." Yuan nodded, "All right, let's deal with the rest of the Azure Dragon family first." However, right as they began moving, Yuan suddenly sensed two familiar presences flying in their direction at high speed. "What's the matter?" Meili asked him. But she didn't need an answer since she also sensed these presences a moment later. Sure enough, Xianxia and Mingza appeared before them shortly after. C1214 City Engulfed in Flames. Chapter 1214 City Engulfed in Flames. 1214 City Engulfed in Flames. Yuan. Meili. Is everything okay? Mingza was the first to speak after their arrival. We are fine, but what are you two doing here? Meili stared at them with a dazed look on her face. "We heard a powerful dragon's roar unlike anything we've heard before, so we rushed here to investigate," Xianxia said. "You heard that from here?" Meili was surprised. It was at this moment Xianxia and Mingza noticed the corpses behind her. That face. Patriarch Liang and General Zheng? Why are they dead? What happened here? Xianxia exclaimed. He didn't think for a second that Yuan or Meili were responsible for their deaths even though they were on the scene with nobody else there. In fact, he believed that they were killed by the unknown entity that released the dragon's roar. Is this also caused by that dragon? Xianxia swallowed nervously. If the entity dared to kill someone as prominent as Patriarch Liang, it probably won't hesitate to go after them either. Actually. About that. Meili had a nervous smile on her face, her body fidgeting slightly. What? What happened? Xianxia stared at her intensively. Yuan stepped in and said, I'm responsible for this. What? Xianxia and Xianxia turned to look at him with wide eyes filled with disbelief. I killed them. He repeated with more clarity. You killed Patriarch Liang? Why would you do such a thing? Xianxia exclaimed. Give us a chance to explain. Meili said, and she proceeded to explain the entire situation to her parents. Unsurprisingly, they became increasingly upset as they heard the details. That traitorous snake, Patriarch Chui. How dare he lust after my wife after everything our family has done for their family? Xianxia appeared to be more angry at Patriarch Chui lusting after Xianxia than Patriarch Liang wanting to consume their Xi family. The Azure Dragon family and the Emerald Dragon family are working together to take down our Xi family, huh? Although I'm a little surprised, I can't say that I didn't see this coming. Xianxia sighed. You knew they'd attack. Yuan raised an eyebrow. Well, not really, but I always had this uncomfortable feeling about them, like they are up to no good. Xianxia casually shrugged, her reaction to the situation somewhat lackluster. Regardless, I would like to extend my utmost gratitude to you as well as apologize for putting you in such a position. Yuan shook his head and said, I am doing this because I want to. You don't have to thank me. Anyways, we should continue our chatter later, once we end this whole thing, as the situation is still progressing as we speak. Patriarch Liang then said, since Azure Dragon City is much closer, we'll use the teleporter there to get back to our city as soon as possible. The four of them proceeded to rush toward the city. When they arrived at the teleporter, their presence, without a doubt, shocked everyone there. Isn't that Emperor Xi from ancient Dragon City? What is he doing all the way over here? That's Princess Xi, as well as Empress Xi. Almost their entire family is present. Xianxia walked straight to the front of the line to speak with the manager. Send us to ancient Dragon City immediately. He expected the manager to comply without any trouble, but to his surprise, the manager appeared hesitant as he stood there with a nervous look on his face. Need I repeat myself? Killing intent began appearing in Xianxia's gaze. All right, away. The manager immediately began moving swiftly. Should we kill him? He's obviously working with the Azure Dragon family. Meili asked. Well, deal with it, a thorough investigation. He might be a victim as well, you know. Xianxia calmly responded. Moments later, the teleporter was ready. Yuan and the others immediately entered the teleporter, arriving at the ancient Dragon City instantly. However, by the time they arrived, the entire city was already engulfed in chaos, as the Azure Dragon family's army and the Emerald Dragon family had arrived some time ago and started attacking the moment they arrived. Their sudden invasion definitely surprised the citizens, and with the Xi family's absence, they were unsure of what to do. With that being said, the citizens of ancient Dragon City did not wait around to be slaughtered and fought back. Those fucking bastards. Xianxia's face twisted with anger as he witnessed the dire situation. Dear, you must return to the palace immediately and take control of our forces. We will stay behind and deal with these intruders. Xianxia said to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and quickly made his way back to the palace. Meanwhile, Yuan, Meili, and Xianxia went to take care of the intruders that were wreaking havoc within the city. Fortunately, that didn't take too long since there weren't that many intruders. However, that meant that the majority of the Azure Dragon family's and Emerald Dragon family's forces had yet to invade. Indeed, the majority of their forces were stationed outside the city, patiently waiting for Patriarch Liang's arrival before they fully engage, completely unaware that they were waiting for someone who would not show up no matter how long they waited. What is taking Patriarch Liang and General Zheng so long? They should have been here ages ago. Patriarch Chui complained as he was getting impatient. We had some unexpected trouble right after you left, but rest assured, they will be here shortly. General Wan said. Anyways, why isn't the Shi family responding to our presence? It's like they are not even here. This war might end sooner than we expected. Patriarch Chui wondered out loud. Though, as much as I want this war to end smoothly, that is only wishful thinking. I don't know what the Shi family is doing, but their silence is giving me an ominous feeling. C1215 Kneel. Chapter 1215 Kneel. 1215 Kneel. Kill the intruders. Defend the palace until my parents return. Shi Murong's voice echoed within the palace as he slaughtered the intruders. When the intruders showed up, Shi Murong took command of the guards to defend his home. Although the palace is heavily guarded, they were still outnumbered by the intruders. If it weren't for Xiao Hua, Feng Yuxiang, and Lan Yingying's presence which the enemy did not account for, they would have had a much harder time defending the palace. By the time Shi Xingmo returned to the palace, the majority of intruders at the palace had already been taken care of. Murong. What is the situation? Shi Xingmo asked the moment he arrived. Father. The Azure Dragon family and the Emerald Dragon family's forces showed up out of the blue and started attacking our city. The palace is fine for now, but the city, don't worry, your mother and sister are taking care of the city right now. As for our situation, the Azure Dragon family and the Emerald Dragon family are working together to subdue us. Shi Xingmo said. What? Why would they do that? Don't tell me. Is this related to Shi Meili's marriage? Shi Murong could only think of one reason for their sudden aggression. No, it appears that they have been planning this even long before I was in power. We can talk more about this later, as we have a city to protect right now. By the way, where is General Sun? Shi Murong quickly responded. General Sun, along with the majority of our forces, went to confront the Azure Dragon family and Emerald Dragon family that have gathered outside our city while leaving some behind to deal with the intruders. Shi Xingmo nodded. Let us quickly regroup with the others before we meet with the intruders. We will come with you. Feng Yuxiang said. Shi Xingmo nodded, as he had no objection. As they left the palace, Feng Yuxiang asked Shi Xingmo, why did you suddenly disappear? I went to investigate the dragon's roar. Dragon's roar? What are you talking about? Feng Yuxiang raised an eyebrow in a puzzled manner, as did Xiao Hua and Lan Yingying. You didn't hear the dragon's roar? It happened not long ago. It was Shi Xingmo's turn to be puzzled. The dragon's roar was powerful enough to wake even those in a coma, so it was simply impossible to miss even if they were in a deep sleep. No, I didn't hear anything like that. Did you guys hear it? Feng Yuxiang turned to look at Xiao Hua and Lan Yingying, who also shook their heads without hesitation. Weird. Maybe it's something only dragons can hear? Feng Yuxiang said a moment later. That's possible. Shi Xingmo began pondering inwardly. After learning about the invasion, he momentarily forgot to ask Yuan about the dragon's roar. Sometime later, they reunited with Yuan's group. Young master. Are you hurt? Feng Yuxiang immediately rushed over to Yuan. He calmly shook his head. What about you guys? We were all cultivating in our rooms when the palace suddenly got attacked. Of course, we only suffered minor scratches that have already been healed. Shi Xingmo then said, the majority of their forces are waiting outside the city for some reason. My forces are already there, but they will need our help. They are definitely waiting for Patriarch Liang before they launch their real attack. Unfortunately for them, he won't show up, ever. Shi Meili chuckled. Sometime later, they arrived outside the city, where tens of thousands of enemy forces were gathered right before the front gates. The Shi family's forces were led by a middle-aged man, General Sun, who stood between the enemy forces and the city with a fearless expression on his face. Azure Dragon family. Emerald Dragon family. You guys must be out of your damn minds. Do you really think that you can take down the Shi family by working together? General Sun roared at them. You're as loud and obnoxious as ever, General Sunday. General Wan moved forward. If we weren't confident, we wouldn't be acting so brazening by attacking from the front and without any trickery. Patriarch Chui laughed out loud. Oh. And where did you get such confidence? From Patriarch Liang? Shi Xingma spoke as he suddenly appeared before them. Emperor Shi. Patriarch Chui subconsciously tensed up after seeing him. The Shi family is here. Ready yourselves. General Wan warned their forces. Your Majesty. You have returned. General Sun immediately smiled upon seeing his arrival. I asked you a question, Patriarch Chui. Where did you get the confidence to attack my city and covet my wife, huh? Shi Xingmo repeated his question. Patriarch Chui frowned upon hearing the last part of Shi Xingmo's question. It wouldn't be weird for Shi Xingma to think that they were attacking his city because that was obvious, but Shi Xingma shouldn't know about his desire to take Shi Mingzi for himself, as that was something he recently revealed to Shi Meili. However, according to General Wan, Shi Meili did not return to the city and actually went back to the Azure Dragon City. Why do you look surprised? Shi Meili's voice suddenly resounded as she appeared before Patriarch Chui. You! What are you doing here? General Wan was shocked to see Shi Meili in front of them. Should I not be here, in my own city? Shi Meili acted ignorant. What happened to General Zheng? Oh, that bastard. He's right here. Shi Meili snapped her finger, and the very next moment, a body fell from the sky. It was General Zheng's headless corpse. I would have also retrieved his head, but that wasn't possible. My apologies. Shi Meili sneered in a cold voice. You bastard. Before General Wan could fully grasp the situation, another body fell from the sky. This body was missing 2 limbs and a head, but General Wan and Patriarch Chui knew at a glance who this body belonged to because of the clothes it was, and my lord. General Wan fell to his knees from shock. I am possible. Patriarch Cui's expression froze. It was at this moment Yuan showed up before them. Patriarch Chui didn't recognize Yuan, but General Wan instantly recognized him and knew that he was responsible for their deaths. How dare you? General Wan suddenly rushed at Yuan, his emotions completely out of control. Yuan didn't move and merely uttered a single word. Kneel. Although it was just a single word, when it was uttered, General Wan's world suddenly turned pitch black, and he could feel an otherworldly presence staring at him from the high heavens. General Wan wasn't alone. Everybody there, from Patriarch Chui to the soldiers at the back of the formation, watched their world suddenly consumed by darkness before being greeted by a massive golden eye. And before they realized it, everyone there was on their knees. Why Yuan? Yuan could hear Shi Xingma calling for him in a struggling voice, and when he turned around, he was shocked to see that Shi Xingma and Shi Mingzi were on the verge of kneeling as well. As for General Sun and the rest of their forces, they were already on their knees. Yuan had only intended to use Dragon's Gaze on the enemy forces, but he had underestimated the power of his Dragon's Gaze while still affected by his transformation, accidentally troubling his allies. Sorry. Yuan immediately deactivated his Dragon's Gaze and apologized afterward. C1216 Not an Ordinary Dragon's Gaze. Chapter 1216 Not an Ordinary Dragon's Gaze. 1216 Not an Ordinary Dragon's Gaze. After Yuan deactivated Dragon's Gaze, everyone there could finally breathe again. And although it had only been activated for several seconds, it was enough to cripple half of the Azure Dragon family and the Emerald Dragon family's army, as those with a weak mentality had their spirits broken almost instantly after being targeted by Dragon's Gaze. For some unfortunate souls, their souls shattered under the spiritual attack, perishing from this world without a chance to reincarnate. As for Yuan's allies, since he didn't directly target them, nobody had their souls shattered. Though, many of them still suffered damage that incapacitated them for the rest of the battle. So that's what it feels like to be on the other end. Feng Yuxiang muttered in a low voice as she slowly recovered from her shock. Her face and body were soaked in a cold sweat after experiencing Dragon's gaze directly for the first time. Lan Yingying had a similar appearance, but since she was younger than Feng Yuxiang by tens of thousands of years, she suffered significantly more. If she weren't a divine beast, her soul might have been in danger just now. "Are you okay?" Xiaohua asked Lan Yingying after seeing her condition. "Yes. Somehow." Lan Yingying nodded after she took several deep breaths. Lan Yingying was surprised when she turned to look at Xiaohua, whose breathing was only slightly heavier than usual, looking like she'd only gone for a light jog at the park. "You? How come you seem perfectly fine?" She couldn't help but ask. Xiaohua looked at her own palms, and after a moment of silence, she spoke in a low voice. "I don't know. Compared to everyone else there, including Shi Xingma and Shi Mingzi who had the highest cultivation there, Xiaohua appeared to be the least affected by Yuan's dragon's gaze." This made Lan Yingying wonder if Xiaohua had been lucky and wasn't affected by the dragon's gaze as much as the rest, or if her soul was strong enough to withstand the dragon's gaze. After all, dragon's gaze is a spiritual technique that targeted one's soul, meaning that it would be less effective on those with a stronger soul, especially when compared to the one who used the technique. As everyone else slowly recovered, Shi Xingma stared at Yuan with a profound expression on his face. "I am truly sorry about that." Yuan apologized again after seeing Shi Xingmo's face. "There's no need to apologize twice, I'm not angry," Shi Xingma said. And he continued in a mumbling voice, "Your dragon's gaze. I thought it was only a legend, but, legend?" Yuan raised an eyebrow. Shi Xingma shook his head and said, "I will explain it to you later, after we clean up this mess." "All right." Shi Xingma then approached Patriarch Shui and General Wan, who was still in recovery from their shock. "This is your last chance to surrender. As you just witnessed for yourselves, my friend here can destroy all of your plans and forces with but a mere dragon's gaze. You have no chance of winning this war. If you lower your heads and surrender willingly now, I will show mercy and give you two a painless death. However, if you still wish to struggle, I will make it my life's mission to make your lives as miserable as possible until you die of natural causes." General Wan and Patriarch Cui's bodies tremble violently after hearing such a threat. With lifespans spanning 500,000 years at their cultivation with ease, the mere mention of enduring torment for such an eternity sent chills through their weakened souls, evoking an unimaginable dread that echoed throughout their entire being. General Wan, who was already on his knees, kissed the ground with his forehead and said, "I surrender. Please, have mercy." Even if Patriarch Liang and General Zheng were still alive, he doubted they would be able to defeat a monster like Yuan. Patriarch Shui also surrendered after seeing General Wan's response, which did not surprise Shi Xingma in the slightest. If he were in their shoes, he would also surrender without any hesitation. As long as someone like Yuan protected the Shi family, nothing in this world would be able to threaten them, and he was only but a single entity. When their leaders General Wan and Patriarch Wan surrendered, the Azure Dragon family and the Emerald Dragon family soldiers dropped their weapons and kowtowed before the ancient dragon city. Unbelievable. A war yet to truly begin, yet ended with just a single glance. Who on earth is this enigmatic expert? General Sun and the others on his side wondered inwardly as they stared at Yuan's handsome face with unfathomable respect and admiration. Is it really over? Shi Murong swallowed nervously, his face full of disbelief. General Sun. Take everyone here away. Shi Xingma suddenly roared. As you command, Your Majesty. General Sun shouted back. Over the next few hours, General Sun and the Shi family's forces would swiftly seize the surrendered enemy troops and imprison them. However, due to the sheer amount of prisoners, the Shi family had to create temporary prisons just to hold them all. Meanwhile, Yuan and the Shi family returned to the palace. "I truly do not know how to thank you for your assistance this time, Yuan. Even if I gave you my position as the Dragon Emperor of this small world, it would still not be enough." Shi Xingma sighed. "You are still thinking about such a thing? Just forget it." Yuan smiled. And he asked, "Anyways, what now?" Although the majority of the invaders have surrendered, there is still much to be done with the Azure Dragon family and the Emerald Dragon family, not to mention the cities they rule over. Xianxia sighed out loud. We'll have to investigate everything thoroughly and properly, and that alone could take years. For now, I will send some of our men to take control over their cities so that it doesn't become too chaotic. After all, with the Azure Dragon family and the Emerald Dragon family out of the picture, there will be people eyeing their position. Once things settle down, we will begin our investigation, Xianxia said. What about you, Yuan? How much longer will you be staying here? Now that you mention it, I haven't thought about that at all. Though, I probably won't be staying here for much longer, at least until everything settles down and I am certain that there is nothing left that could threaten your family. Thank you. Xianxia nodded with a rare smile on his face. Oh, and before I forget, you mentioned something about my dragon's gaze. Yuan suddenly reminded him. Xianxia's expression became serious, and he spoke, indeed. The dragon's gaze you used back then. It wasn't your ordinary dragon's gaze. How so? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Well, normally, dragon's gaze will only work on those you have direct eye contact with, but what you did was anything but that, as it affected even those you were not looking at. Xianxia said. After taking a moment to think, he continued, according to a family legend, there exists a superior version of dragon's gaze that only those with the purest and strongest bloodline could wield, and my father would call it dragon's authority. C1217 Dragon's Authority. Chapter 1217 Dragon's Authority. 1217 Dragon's Authority. Dragon's Authority? Yuan mumbled, his eyes flickering with excitement. Indeed. According to my father's knowledge, dragon's gaze can be used by any dragon with a royal bloodline, or what humans call an imperial-grade bloodline. However, dragons with a divine-grade bloodline will have access to dragon's authority, which, as its name suggests, gives them authority over dragons. Xianxia said. Yuan then said, that sounds like those with dragon's authority can command other dragons, exactly. As long as their target has an inferior bloodline or a weaker soul strength, they can essentially command them to do anything. Meili and Murong swallowed nervously after hearing this. They cannot imagine being affected by dragon's authority and forced to do things unwillingly. Of course, they experienced it firsthand very recently, but it wasn't directed at them, so they didn't count it. Dragon's authority, huh? How interesting. Xianxia, on the other hand, seemed intrigued by its concept and effects. She turned to look at Yuan with a smile. Would you like to practice on me? What are you saying? Xianxia looked at her with a dumbfounded expression. I don't think he's mastered it yet, so I want to help him to do so. I doubt anyone here besides you and I will be able to endure it without being injured, so unless you want to be the dummy, after pondering for a moment, Xianxia sighed, all right, just don't take things too far. He turned to look at Yuan and continued, this is the least we can do to thank you. Thank you. Yuan nodded. Well, start training in a few days once things settle down. Xianxia said, and she continued, you should get some rest for now. Yuan retired to his room shortly after. Meanwhile, Xianxia and Xianxia continued to deal with the incident. As for Meili, she went to get her injuries checked before getting some rest. However, Yuan did not go to sleep. He lay on the bed and closed his eyes, but his consciousness was wide awake as he went through the dragon goddess memories. Meanwhile, Xianxia went to the Azure Dragon City to take control of their city. He captured everybody from the Azure Dragon family and those with a connection, interrogating all of them intensively over the next several days. Xianxia was shocked to learn that the Azure Dragon family had been planning and preparing their invasion for over 1 million years now. He also learned that the majority of the Azure Dragon family had been kept out of the loop, so these people were just as surprised as everyone else when they learned what had happened. Meanwhile, Xianxia traveled to the Emerald Dragon City to investigate the Emerald Dragon family. She was surprised to learn that pretty much nobody in the city even had an idea about the incident, only learning about it after her arrival. As for the Azure Dragon City, they were alerted by the commotion caused by Yuan, so they believed that they were the ones being invaded. During his investigation, Xingma found Liang Xian, who had been hiding like a rat inside the city. Xingma immediately sent Liang Xian back to the ancient dragon city for questioning, as he was essentially as rooted in the incident as Patriarch Liang. When Meili learned of this discovery, she personally volunteered to do the investigation. Xingma objected at first, but he eventually gave in and allowed Meili to handle Liang Xian's investigation. Once Liang Xian was in her hands, Meili said to the guards, "Uncuff him and treat his injuries." What? The guards were baffled by her commands. "Just do it. As you command." Once Liang Xian fully recovered from his injuries, Meili dragged him to the training area within the Dragon Palace. What are you planning on doing to me, Meili? Liang Xian growled at her. "Nothing much. We're just going to spar a little." Meili casually responded. "Spar?" Liang Xian had a confused look on his face. "If you can defeat me, I will let you go. However, if I win, you will tell me everything you know." How does that sound? Are you serious? Of course. Princess. You cannot decide such a thing without His Majesty's approval first. The guards began panicking. Shut up. My father already gave me permission to do whatever I want to him. Meili snapped at them. She then turned to Liang Xian and continued, "There will be no limitations and no rules. Do you have anything to say before we begin? What if I kill you?" Liang Xian asked. "Do you really think that is possible?" Meili sneered. Meili and Liang Xian had similar cultivation, both being at the peak of Spirit Emperor. However, Meili has superior techniques and a superior bloodline. Although the chances of Liang Xian defeating Meili were close to zero, it was not completely impossible. "All right. Don't you dare go back on your words," Liang Xian said with a slight smile on his face. Their sparring began shortly after. And over the next several hours, the guards there would bear witness to a brutal beating that could only be described as unbearable. Meili was beating Liang Xian so badly that it could no longer be called a spar, but a one-sided torture. Liang Xian's blood stained the stage, pieces of his flesh scattered about, and all of his teeth were laying around in a shattered state, resembling dust more than anything. Me, RCY. Liang Xian's face was so swollen and bloodied that he could barely utter these words. "What did you just say?" "I can't hear you." Meili calmly said before driving her fist directly into Liang Xian's guts, forcing him to puke out a mouthful of fresh blood. When Liang Xian fell to his knees for the umpteenth time, Meili gracefully kicked him in the face, sending him flying to the other side of the arena and drawing another bloody line on the platform. She then walked over to him and forcefully fed him some medicine. After making sure he swallowed the medicine, Meili stood there with her bloodied arms crossed in front of her chest, patiently waiting for Liang Xian to stand back up. Dear Lord. The guards shuddered in fear, as they have never seen this brutal side of Meili before. C1218 Dragon Goddess Yeyou. Chapter 1218 Dragon Goddess Yeyou. 1218 Dragon Goddess Yeyou, why are you still on the ground? Get up. Meili looked down upon Liang Xian with a slight frown on her face when he refused to stand up even after recovering. I had enough. Can we just end this? He responded in a tired voice, seemingly out of the energy and will to continue. Of course, we can end it right now, but are you sure you want to die already? Meili calmly said. Liang Xian's body trembled upon hearing her words, which basically told him that he'd die if he gave up. Liang Xian mumbled in an inaudible tone a moment later. Huh? What did you say? Meili subconsciously leaned forward. I said, die. Liang Xian suddenly sprang into action and went for Meili's throat with his claw-like hands, his gaze bursting with killing intent. A cold smile appeared on Meili's face, and almost as if she anticipated his trick, she gracefully dodged his grasp with ease before grabbing his hand and crushing it with immense strength. Arg! Liang Xian screamed out in pain as his hand became unrecognizable and many times smaller than originally. How pathetic. Meili sneered afterward. And you wanted me to marry you? When you're this weak and despicable? You make me laugh. Her words were like sharp swords piercing Liang Xian's heart. Not only was she tormenting him physically, she damaging him mentally as well. Meili would continue to torment Liang Xian without stopping over the next several days until Liang Xian truly couldn't continue any longer. I'm bored. Well, continue this another day. Meili said to him. Guards. Take him away for questioning. If he fails to answer a single question, bring him back here and call for me. After saying such words to the dazed guards, Meili went to clean herself. And once that was done, she tried to see Yuan. Unfortunately, Yuan was not available for some reason. Is he in closed cultivation? Meili wondered out loud as she left his doorstep. Meanwhile, Yuan was still busy looking through Dragon Goddess Yeyou's memories. Despite it only being a small fragment of her memories, it contained more than 100,000 years worth of memories. At the beginning of her memories, Yuan could only see complete darkness, almost as though he was in the void. This scenery remained like that for thousands of years, which made Yuan wonder if there was something wrong with the memories at first. Eventually, something changed. A slit of horizontal light appeared in this darkness, slowly growing larger until Yuan could see new scenery. It was at this moment that Yuan realized the darkness was simply the Dragon Goddess Yeyou sleeping. When Dragon Goddess Yeyou awoke from her 1,000-year-long slumber, she was first greeted by a tall figure standing not far away from her. However, when compared to her own size, this tall figure was only but the size of an ant, so in her eyes, it was akin to being disturbed by an insect. Dragon Goddess Yeyou was about to curse at this figure, but before she got the chance, this figure spoke first. I hope I didn't disturb your slumber, Dragon God. And what will you do if you did? Die for me? Dragon Goddess Yeyou responded. You can try to kill me if you'd like, but I would like to request that you do so after we have a little chat. I have nothing to say to a human. Dragon Goddess Yeyou sneered. She also did not miss the small detail of try to kill in his speech, which implies that she might not be able to kill him. Normally, she'd kill someone this disrespectful without giving them another thought, but she just woke up from a long slumber and couldn't be bothered to move around so soon, and there was something about this human that she could not pinpoint. The figure chuckled, Don't be like that, Dragon God. When was the last time you spoke to a human? 1,000,000 years ago? 10 million? It has been at least 100 million years since Dragon Goddess Yeyou has spoken to a human, but she did not admit such a thing to this human. Well, we don't really need to chat if you don't want to. Instead, just listen to me. This human continued to speak without an ounce of fear in his voice, which puzzled Dragon Goddess Yeyou, as she has never encountered a human that did not fear her. In fact, even demons that were known to have no fear would show signs of fear when they encounter her. Does this human not understand what it means to be fearful? No, even those who have never experienced fear would instinctively be fearful of me. Perhaps he's not actually human. Dragon Goddess Yeyou wondered inwardly as the human continued to speak. As you probably know by now, the war between humans and demons has finally come to an end after countless years of strife. Although most are celebrating by now, I cannot help but wonder why humans had to fight the demons alone even though the beasts also suffered from their torment. After all, if we, humans and beasts, had fought together, the war could have ended much sooner. What? Humans defeated the demons? Do you take me for an ignorant dragon, enough to believe such blatant lies? Dragon Goddess Yeyou did not believe the human initially. But the human seemed more surprised by the fact that she did not know about the end of the war even though hundreds of thousands of years have passed. It appears I have underestimated the amount of sleep a supreme dragon requires. The human spoke with a profound smile on his face, looking as though he was delighted to learn this information. Anyways, you are free to do your own research if you do not believe me, but it has been approximately 400,000 years since humans defeated demons. I'm even willing to wait until you confirm my truth before we continue this chat. Dragon Goddess Yeyou was speechless, and she found this human to be increasingly interesting with every passing second, but this fact would not be realized by her for a very long time. Chapter 1219. Published at 19th of September 2023 3:30 and 15 seconds AM. Chapter 1219. 1219. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1219 Dragon Goddess Yeyou, 2, 1219 Dragon Goddess Yeyou, 2. Let's say I believe you, that the weak and fragile existence known as humans managed to defeat the somewhat immortal beings known as demons. What does that have to do with me? Why are you standing before me? Dragon Goddess Yeyou asked the human man standing calmly before her. Even though humans won the war in the end, it came at a tremendous cost. Countless humans have been tormented, eaten, killed, and experienced unspeakable things. I'm sure the same could be said for beasts, as demons would hunt beasts for fun, almost like a game, something they do to pass time until they grow hungry for humans. Both humans and beasts suffered greatly from demons, yet we never fought together. I understand that we have our differences, but we could have prevented much tragedy from happening if we did. Perhaps that is because nobody tried, whether it be due to a lack of courage or something else. Hence why I am here today. Dragon Goddess Yeyou did not respond for a long time. After a long moment of silence, Dragon Goddess Yeyou spoke in a low voice. So what, you want humans and beasts to hold hands or something? The human could hear a hint of mockery and disdain within the Dragon Goddess' voice. Not being bothered by it, he spoke. I am not saying that we should hold hands with each other, but I would like to see a day when humans can approach beasts without fearing for their lives and beasts won't feel threatened by humans when they are approached, just like you and I. Dragon Goddess Yeyou suddenly burst out laughing, causing the world they were on to shake violently. In fact, her laughter was so strong that if the human hadn't covered himself with spiritual energy, he would have died an explosive death. When she stopped laughing, she spoke, even if what you say is true, that humans and beasts do not get along. What can you do to change it? How do you intend on convincing all of the humans to not fear beasts and beasts to not despise humans? That seems like an impossible feat no matter how I think about it. The human shook his head. I don't need to convince every human and beast. I only need to convince those at the top and everyone else will eventually follow suit. And what could be better than starting from the very peak? How about it, Dragon God? Want to work together with me? I'm sure it'll be a whole lot more interesting than sleeping and fighting weaklings all the time. Dragon Goddess Yeyou narrowed her eyes and asked in a cold voice, you speak as though you know my life. Well, according to what I've been told, you like to pick fights with other beasts, but because of your unmatched prowess, you have an extremely hard time finding worthy opponents, so you just bully others until you grow tired and sleep, and when you wake up, you will repeat the cycle again and again. If I am wrong, please correct me. I'd like to learn more about a being at the apex of this world. Dragon Goddess Yeyou fell silent and the human could not tell what she was thinking or feeling, but Yuan could, as he was seeing and feeling things from her point of view. He could tell that the Dragon Goddess was embarrassed and angered by the human's words, as he essentially called her lazy and a bully. Even worse, she could not argue back, as what the human said about her was true. Due to her being one of the apex beings in the world, it was pretty much impossible to find someone who could match her prowess, so she is always bored and looking to entertain herself. After finding some beasts to mess around with, she would slumber for thousands of years in hopes of a worthy opponent to appear, and this has been her routine for countless years now. To be reminded of such a miserable life made her embarrassed and angry at the same time. In a slightly trembling voice, Dragon Goddess Yeyou responded, very well, if you insist, I will entertain you and your foolish ambitions. However, I will do so only if you can defeat me. Otherwise, you can die here with your ambitions. Without any other warnings, Dragon Goddess Yeyou's golden eyes began emitting a profound light. Suddenly assaulted by Dragon Goddess Yeyou's dragon's gaze, the human directly coughed up a mouthful of blood, but that was not enough to make him collapse. As expected of the Dragon God. A slight smile appeared on the human's face as he retrieved a black sword. But if you want to kill me, you will need to do better than that. The human swung the sword at Dragon Goddess Yeyou, sending a massive sword light that was fully created from enhanced sword aura at her. Dragon Goddess Yeyou merely scoffed at his attack before swatting the sword light with nothing but her tail, causing the enhanced sword aura to scatter and fly everywhere. The scattered enhanced sword aura poured down the world Dragon Goddess Yeyou was on, creating deep sword cuts everywhere. You bastard! How dare you damage my bed? Do you have any idea how long it took me to find a world big enough to fit me comfortably? Dragon Goddess Yeyou roared in an enraged tone as she uncoiled her massive body from the world that she had been sleeping on, revealing a vast yet completely empty world that only had green grass growing on it. You can't complain when you're the one who attacked first. The human said as he wiped the blood from his lips. This enraged Dragon Goddess Yeyou even further, but she did not immediately attack him again. She wrapped the end of her tail around the world she called her bed and flicked it, shooting the world millions of miles in the blink of an eye and causing it to disappear into the void. The human couldn't help but chuckle after seeing her actions. You weren't kidding when you said it was hard to find a suitable bed. I'm not surprised, though, seeing how big you are. Why don't you take the form of a human? It'll be easier for you to move around that way. You insolent human bastard. Dragon Goddess Yeyou felt insulted when the human called her body big. No matter if they are beasts or humans, whether it was true or not, it was taboo to call females big. Meanwhile, the human misunderstood Dragon Goddess Yeyou's anger, thinking that it was due to his suggestion to take the form of a human, as that was unthinkable in their era. For a beast to take the form of a human, it was akin to a human moving and barking like an animal, an insulting act that only those unhealthy in the mind would dare imagine. The human knew this, of course. Despite that, he still suggested it to her for some reason. Following an explosive roar, Dragon Goddess Yeyou proceeded to attack the human seriously this time, marking the beginning of their long battle that would not end for several years. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1220 The Great Enlightenment. Chapter 1220 The Great Enlightenment. 1220 The Great Enlightenment. Within days of Dragon Princess Yeyou and the humans' fight, over a dozen stars had been reduced to mere rubble floating in the starry sky. Every time their overwhelming spiritual energy collided with each other, a world-ending and star-collapsing ripple would sweep the starry sky. The commotion caused by their fighting eventually alerted the experts cultivating in the starry sky, and regardless if they are human or beast, they were shocked by what they witnessed. The beasts couldn't believe their eyes when they realized Dragon Goddess Yeyou's opponent was a mere human man. As for the humans, many of them were seeing Dragon Goddess Yeyou for the first time, and they were simply baffled by her majestic presence and unfathomable strength. Who is that human? And why is he fighting with the Dragon Goddess? He's actually holding his own against a monster like her. I didn't think I would get to see someone fighting on equal footing with her in this lifetime, much less a human. I doubt hell lasts for long. More importantly, Dragon Goddess Yeyou has awoken. We need to warn the others and prepare for another 10,000-year-long torments before their fight ends. After watching their fight for a short while, most of the beasts stopped watching and left to warn other beasts of Dragon Goddess Yeyou's awakening. After all, every time Dragon Goddess Yeyou wakes up from her slumber, the first thing she always does is look for a fight. What? The Dragon Goddess has awoken from her slumber already? Why did she wake up so quickly this time? Apparently some human woke her up, and they're now fighting each other in the starry sky. Fucking humans. They're always making things more difficult for us. At least hell die by the Dragon Goddess claws. All of the beasts expected the human to last only several days against Dragon Goddess Yeyou, but to their surprise, they were still fighting even several months later. What? The Dragon Goddess is still fighting the same human? She must be going easy on him so that it wouldn't end too quickly. That must be why. Right? Even the Water Dragon Emperor can't last more than half a year against her, and he has never lost to any humans before. The beasts truly believed that Dragon Goddess Yeyou was going easy on the humans so that she could prolong their fight on purpose, something she has done on multiple occasions, especially when she is extremely bored. The beasts stopped paying attention to the fight shortly after and continued their preparations again. Eventually, months turned into years, and years became decades. The beasts were absolutely gobsmacked when they learned that Dragon Goddess Yeyou was still being occupied by the same human even after 10 years. I just traveled to the starry sky and spectated the Dragon Goddess fight. She's not going easy on that human. In fact, she's seriously trying to kill him. One of the beasts spread this information after watching the fight for some time. I was there, as well. There were many spectators, humans, and beasts. A human rivaling the Dragon Goddess? How can such a powerful human exist? Who is this human? For the first time since their fight began, the beasts started paying attention to the fight more closely and began questioning the human's identity. Meanwhile, the humans have been watching the fight since the beginning. Some of them even gained enlightenment from watching their fight. When news began spreading, more and more experts began to spectate their fight. Of course, since the fight took place within the starry sky, only those who had the means and resources to travel there could witness the legendary fight. Immortals, disciples of these immortals, all sorts of renowned individuals would travel to the starry sky and risk their lives just to witness the fight. Due to the tremendous spiritual energy being released by the Dragon Goddess and the human, their clashes created life-threatening shockwaves that shattered nearby stars and evaporated those who got too close to their fight, regardless of their cultivation, and even immortals have perished to the shockwaves. Despite the risks, countless people still ventured to the starry sky, and throughout the years, many people gained enlightenment from their fight and achieved great things, and this period of time was called the Great Enlightenment by many. Master, how many years have they been fighting for now? A disciple asked. It would be the 69th year in 3 days. They have been fighting for that long? How is that even possible? Do they have an unlimited supply of spiritual energy or something? Another disciple asked. Entities at their level have an unfathomable amount of spiritual energy, but it's mostly their spiritual energy absorption rate that's keeping them going. They only use about the same or fewer than they can absorb, allowing them to fight for a prolonged amount of time. While it may not seem like that to us, who are far beneath their level, they're not really going all out. Then how do they defeat each other? When one makes a mistake or catches the other off guard and deals a decisive blow. Though, they will eventually start using more and more spiritual energy in their attacks. As of right now, they're simply just using each other for entertainment. So they're just playing around right now? Unbelievable. Logic does not apply to entities at the peak of this world. Try not to think too much about it, or you will go insane like some people. As for the beasts, they also gained enlightenment, especially those of the dragon race. Have we found out anything about that human's identity? One of the beasts there asked. No, nothing. It's almost as though he appeared out of thin air. We don't even know if he's really human or not. For all we know, he could be a ghost. Just who is that man? Despite their differences, both humans and beasts wanted the fight to last forever, but alas, everything in life will eventually come to an end, and after 200 years of constant fighting, the fight finally came to an end with a clear winner and loser. C1221 Not even 1,000 years old. Chapter 1221 Not even 1,000 years old. 1221 Not even 1,000 years old. Dragon Goddess Yeyou took deep breaths as she silently stared at the human man floating in the distance not far away from her, her gaze filled with emotion and fulfillment. Yuan could see very clearly what she was thinking inside her head. It has been countless years since she last experienced a satisfying fight that did not leave her wanting more. Although I was clearly beyond his league in the beginning, this bastard kept improving at an astonishing rate, and in just a few decades, he reached the point where he could fight me on equal footing. Just who is this bastard? Dragon Goddess Yeyou felt like she had been used by the human man as a training dummy. However, she wasn't angry, as she also benefited greatly from the fight. Meanwhile, the human had a bittersweet smile on his face as his body lifelessly drifted further away from the dragon goddess, who was victorious in this fight. I had an amazing time with you during the last 200 years. Unfortunately, it lasted a little shorter than I had anticipated. Perhaps if I hadn't given in to my impatience and trained for another 1,000 years, I might have been able to realize my ambitions. The human man uttered in a weak voice as his life force continued to dwindle. It was only a matter of time before he met his death after exhausting all of his energy and life force that he sacrificed to prolong their fight. However, when Dragon Goddess Yeyou heard his last words, her satisfied expression immediately froze. Then in a low and grim voice, she asked him, another 1,000 years. How old are you? I should be around 950 years old now. The human man responded with difficulty. What did you say? Dragon Goddess Yeyou's eyes widened with immense disbelief and shock. I am possible. She roared, refusing to believe that she was nearly defeated by a human that wasn't even 1,000 years old. When the spectators learned that the human man was actually younger than the majority of them there, they also expressed a wide array of emotions, but mostly that of shock and disbelief. Almost everyone there was well over 100,000 years old, with some even numbering in the millions, yet nobody there would even dare to attempt to fight an entity like the dragon goddess. But somehow a human that isn't 1,000 years old managed to last 200 years fighting the dragon goddess? Nobody would want to believe such a thing even if they witnessed it with their own eyes, as such an existence naturally mocked their talents and efforts all the way to the heavens. He must be joking. There's no way he's only 950 years old. That would mean he was only 750 years old when he started fighting. I barely reached Divine Sovereign by that age, and I was recognized as a once-in-lifetime genius by the entire world. A renowned human expert there expressed his thoughts, feeling like he was on the verge of an existential crisis, breaking the silence there. The thousands of experts there immediately began mumbling to each other as they wondered if the human man was speaking of the truth or simply lying on his deathbed for shock value. The fact that nobody here recognizes him gives his claims some credit. That means nothing. He could be really old, so old that nobody here recognizes him. Someone else made this argument. As someone who has lived for over 5 million years, I can say that I have never heard of him before. With that being said, I have this nostalgic feeling when I see his face, yet I cannot recall where I have seen that face before. Meanwhile, Dragon Goddess Yeyou slowly recovered from her shock, and after pondering for a brief moment, she suddenly approached the human man. When she arrived before the human, Dragon Goddess Yeyou's body began emitting a blinding light that turned the void completely white for a brief moment. When the light dimmed, the massive dragon that could easily swallow a world was nowhere to be seen, and another human figure suddenly appeared in the starry sky, hovering right before the human man. This figure was that of a woman with ethereal beauty and a divine aura, resembling a goddess created by heaven itself. Her being was a tapestry of awe-inspiring elements. Her cascading, silken golden hair flowed like an endless river behind her, a manifestation of grace. Her eyes, a radiant gold, held both the brilliance of the sun and the depth of ancient wisdom, their vertical pupils reminiscent of a feline's gaze. Possessing a stature both tall and slender, her form seemed to bridge the realms of the ethereal and the earthly. Adorned with golden halos encircling her wrists and ankles, she bore an aura that whispered of a world beyond their current one. The human men there were instantaneously enraptured by the emergence of this unparalleled beauty, stirred by an emotion long lost to their memories. Even the beasts present were entranced by her presence, despite her humanoid guise that they have disdained for their entire lives. The dragon goddess has taken the form of a human. The beasts were in disbelief when they realized the situation. The transformation of a beast into a human was not merely a shift in appearance, it symbolized a profound change, a voluntary descent from a state they considered superior to embody the very beings they had spurned and considered inferiors. Moreover, Dragon Goddess Yeyou far transcended the realm of ordinary creatures. As a divine beast, she occupied the pinnacle of the cultivation world and the hierarchy of all beasts. Her choice to assume human form was an unprecedented event, one that would forever change the way other beasts and humans viewed her. I had always regarded humans as lesser beings, unworthy of even a fragment of my esteem or notice. Yet, a human who has existed for a mere fraction of the time it takes me to nap has somehow bewildered me and ignited my curiosity. Dragon Goddess Yeyou gently held her hands on her chest, retrieving an orb of light from within her body. It would be a pity to let you die now, human. She then blew at the orb of light in the human's direction, causing the orb of light to fly into his lifeless body. The human man's body began emitting a warm light, and the injuries on his body immediately started disappearing at a rate that could be witnessed with one's bare eyes. I am not doing this out of mercy, nor is this an act of righteousness. This is merely a self-centered endeavor on my part. Until you quench my curiosity, I will not let you die. After the human man's injuries were fully mended, and even his life force had been rejuvenated, which only took mere seconds, he gradually opened his eyes. The human was sure that he had perished, yet he somehow survived. He looked at the beauty hovering before him and immediately realized the situation, and he proceeded to speak with a slight smile. So you were a female all along? I couldn't tell by your beastly voice. Dragon Goddess Yeyou's eyebrows uncontrollably twitched upon hearing his words, but she quickly controlled her emotions and asked, "What is your name?" I hadn't introduced myself yet. My apologies. After adjusting his posture, he continued with a handsome smile on his face, "My name is Tian. C1222 Primordial Phoenix. Chapter 1222 Primordial Phoenix 1222 Primordial Phoenix Tian. So, what do you plan on doing now that you have my attention? Dragon Goddess Yeyou asked him. An awkward smile appeared on Tian's face as he responded, "To tell you the truth, I don't have a plan. In fact, I hadn't planned past meeting you, as I didn't expect to find you so quickly in this vast universe. It must be the work of fate. But I'm sure we'll figure it out." Unbelievable. You really came to me without a plan? What if I did not save you and left you to die instead? Then that would be that. After all, I had prepared on losing my life before meeting you. But that didn't happen, and with you by my side now, I doubt anything could threaten my life. Dragon Goddess Yeyou frowned. Why are you assuming that I will be following you? You want? Well, that's fine as well, since you will definitely be watching over me at the very least. Tian chuckled. Dragon Goddess Yeyou was speechless. By the way, Dragon Goddess, what is your name? Do you even have one? Of course, I have a name. Why did you assume otherwise? Nobody I talked to knew it and only addressed you as the Dragon God even though they were aware of your existence, so I wondered if you had a name or not. Yeyou, that is my name. And how do you want me to address you from now on? Goddess Yeyou? Dragon Yeyou? Dragon Goddess Yeyou? Lady Yeyou? Until you can defeat me, I forbid you from using my name. Dragon Goddess Yeyou's reason for making this rule was so that she had an excuse to fight him again. Is that how things work for you guys? Then I will call you Dragon Goddess until then. Tian calmly smiled. She calmly nodded. Anyways, while I don't have a plan, I do know who I want to visit next. Tian then said. A divine beast? Dragon Goddess Yeyou asked. He nodded, an ancient beast just like you. One known as Empress of Flames and Goddess of Rebirth, Primordial Phoenix. Dragon Goddess Yeyou suddenly sucked her teeth in an annoyed manner. Tian looked at her with raised eyebrows and asked, "What's the matter?" Nothing worth mentioning, but if you're going to see that dumb pigeon, I want to accompany you to see her. Dumb pigeon? I guess even divine beasts have their own drama. Tian couldn't help but crack a smile upon learning this information. Don't go making your own assumptions. I wouldn't stoop so low to have drama with a stupid chicken. She's not worth it. Tian pondered for a moment before speaking. I have heard that dragons and phoenixes naturally don't get along. There seems to be some truth to this rumor. Is there a reason why you don't like the primordial phoenix? Phoenixes are born arrogant, and the primordial phoenix is the most arrogant of them all. I simply can't stand being around her. Dragon Goddess Yeyou said. Tian looked at her with a weird expression. Dragon Goddess Yeyou frowned at this and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Well, in the eyes of humans, dragons are also arrogant creatures. How rude. We're prideful. Not arrogant. There's a difference. Dragon Goddess Yeyou rebuked. But she did not stop there. Meanwhile, phoenixes are obviously arrogant. They have no pride, are shameless, selfish, and, after spending several minutes complaining about phoenixes and comparing them with dragons, Dragon Goddess Yeyou finally ended it with, "Do you now understand why phoenixes and dragons don't get along?" "Yes. I think I do," Tian said with a slight smile. "Do you still want to meet her?" Dragon Goddess Yeyou then asked. "Of course. Regardless of her personality, even if it's the nastiest in the world, I still want to speak with her, just like how I came to speak with you even at the risk of my own life." "You're a weird human." Once their conversation ended, Tian left the scene to find the primordial phoenix. Fortunately for him, the primordial phoenix wasn't as hard to find compared to Dragon Goddess Yeyou, as she had a larger presence with the world while Dragon Goddess Yeyou barely interacted with the world. As for Dragon Goddess Yeyou, although she claimed that she wouldn't follow Tian to meet with the primordial phoenix, she still tagged along in the end, acting as though she never said such a thing. Tian didn't question it either. Thus, the two of them traveled the world for several years in search of the primordial phoenix, following traces left behind by her. After a decade of following the primordial phoenix's footsteps, Tian finally located her. "Is this how you found me?" Dragon Goddess Yeyou asked him as they made their way to the primordial phoenix's location. "Yes, but much fewer people knew of your existence compared to the primordial phoenix, who is much more active than you. Not only does she have connections with humans, she's even got a business in the human world, much to my surprise. Her existence is the closest representation of my ambitions right now. If that's the case, why did you seek me out first? Wouldn't it benefit your ambitions more if you had gone to the primordial phoenix first?" Dragon Goddess Yeyou looked at him with a puzzled expression on her ethereal face. "That's simple. I came to you first because my desire to meet you was stronger than my desire to see her." Tian responded with a handsome smile on his face. His response left Dragon Goddess Yeyou speechless. Several more months passed as Tian and Dragon Goddess Yeyou left the world known as Divine Heaven and traversed into the starry sky to find the primordial phoenix. That must be the primordial phoenix, also known as Feng Yumming. Tian mumbled in a low voice as he could see a small ball of flames in the distance. Although the primordial phoenix looked tiny from his position, they were actually millions of miles apart, so it was akin to looking at a star from Earth. Tian turned to look at Dragon Goddess Yeyou and asked her, "Should I meet her alone?" "No, I will come with you. I want to see if she's gotten any dumber since our last meeting," Dragon Goddess Yeyou said. Tian could only smile at her remarks. Then, they chased after her, catching up within minutes. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.